Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, August the 11th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, so what is happening? Well, first of all, lots of interesting things happening this morning. Again, the cruisers and the airlines are alive. Actually, you know, when I look at AAL, American Airlines, like I almost hate to say this, but it looks like it's trying to break out now, finally. I mean, we had a decent week last week, and then, you know, this is only yesterday. Actually, looks like it is, honest to goodness, trying to break out. Now, there's a 200-day moving average, and they're all going to look like this. I think, you know, there's Delta, UAL. It's just that AAL looks like, on a percentage basis, looks like it has more room. So I guess we have to start keeping an eye on them. NCLH, another, of course, the cruisers. They're not quite the same sort of a breakout as the airlines. The other thing that I'm noticing this morning are the precious metals. Take a look at my gap down list. If I can drag it over here. That's why. So there's SVM, GFI, AG, KGC, FSM, HL, HMY. You get the idea. All gold, a lot of gold and silver plays are now down. And there's our AG. Just give me a moment here. Just going to turn my music down just a little bit. All right, so now EWYN, I almost got it, but I didn't quite get it. So there's EWYN. Gap up on, let's see, why are they gapped up? Some kind of a licensing agreement in China. I think when I first saw it, I didn't think there were any shorts available, but I noticed now there are about 80,000 shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Speaking about, if you were in the room yesterday, you know I was talking about Dave & Buster's play. I thought it was interesting on this daily chart, if it could break out. So it broke out a little bit yesterday. And ended up taking this trade at 15.10 towards the end of the day, right around here. I have sold some this morning at 16.15. This is my idea of a swing, you know, hold sort of overnight, and we'll see what happens. You know, I'd like to swing it. It has a lot of room. Play does have a lot of room, but that is, I know I mentioned it yesterday, it has a potential to take a look at. OXBR. This is an earnings play, August 10th post-market, so released after hours yesterday. Starting to drift down, though, OXBR. If you're unfamiliar with our program, that mauve area right there is after hours yesterday. The tan area is the pre-market. Let me just look at EQ, see if it's holding. Not bad. The only news I could see, such as it is an upgrade by Jefferies to $21 price target. That's the only news I could see. Low float situation. PEC. PECK is another earnings play. And it is starting, again, released earnings after hours actually got almost up to $9 after hours yesterday. But it is really fallen down. That's probably a very light trade up here. So again, just have to wait to see. It's an awful looking daily, but if you know, the only thing is if it can clear all this, keep clear of it. The low float situation, 1.7 million in the float. We've seen some crazy action with this one before, all the way up to $26. IMMP. It's a gap up. I guess they were granted a patent. More importantly, maybe, is that it's through the 200-day moving average. There's that green line right there. That's a 200-day moving average at $1.58, so it's a little bit above it. It's like about 3 weeks ago, it did hit almost 2. So that's the IMMP. Now, I don't know if this was a leak from yesterday, but FENC was really ripping higher here. This got up to 1065 or so, closed at 10, just over 10. However, I guess an FDA rejection for their NDA, their new drug application. That is the reason why this is gapped down in a big way, 34%. Pretty big volume, low float, 21 million, and that's FENC. So there obviously was, I don't know if this was a known, something that was known that they were going to be going in front of the FDA after hours, or today, this morning, and people were bidding this up thinking they'd get a positive reaction, but obviously not. MESO. The only news I could see for this MESO, another one that had gapped up yesterday, pulled back, but it is gapping down, but it's starting to come back. They have some kind of an FDA meeting tomorrow. It's the only news I could see on it. It's down 20%, 21% ahead of AdCom meeting tomorrow. So, and look at Tilray. Hate the cannabis stocks. Anyway, look at Tilray, TLRY. Released earnings after hours. There's the reaction, that move area. Yeah, CGC, just forget the cannabis sector. This could be an interesting one. MGNI. It's an earnings play. Don't know anything about these guys. Magnite. It looks like this is an IPO here, but it can't be, because the position and lifetime range is not at the high here. So maybe there's a symbol name change. But at any rate, when you look at it right now, it looks like an excellent chart. So there's a big break. It's not a low float, 98 million in the float. They released earnings after hours yesterday. So I'd be definitely watching MGNI. It's holding its own. Nautilus is another earnings play, NLS. Looking pretty good, actually. NLS coming into maybe some resistance right around 16 on that monthly chart. Again, look at all the gap downs. I mean, silver, gold, silver, gold, silver. A lot of gap downs in the precious metals today. Meanwhile, the market it's approaching that all-time high. This is back in, I guess, February. February. There's the all-time high. Just pre-pandemic. Drop all the way down here to 218. Look at the recovery. Again, it still pales with the Qs. You know, the same thing. Look at this. That's where they started. Pre-pandemic drop, but look at this. I mean, it has just been accelerating. MGNI, M as in Magnite, MGNI. Yeah, this is just sneaking in here, this PRPH. It is I don't have it as an earnings play. So maybe they announced a little early. We have it on August 18th, so maybe they've announced early. You mean, are you talking about these alerts here? And this is what I use. These are the 4 scans that I use pre-market. All right, I am going to just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, there's quite a few, well, a few of each in terms of the upgrades and downgrades. A couple of upgrades for sends. Let me take a look at sends when I finish this. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Let me just see what Sens is doing. There are a couple of upgrades for this. This is a little one, I think. Yeah, I don't know why they're bothering. Who's doing this? Craig Hallam, don't know you. And BTIG Research. Okay. Okay, I got the downgrades in now. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Briefing.com. This is from briefing.com. It's a free service. Or you Google. I mean, Google upgrades and downgrades on the internet, on the net. There's lots of services out there, but I use this one because they just send it to my email around 9:10 every morning. Makes it easy for me. All right, so MGNI, this is an interesting one for me. Holding its own, earnings after hours yesterday. There's the reaction. It's still holding. It's actually a little bit above the high after hours. So it is holding. It's not a low float. Oh yeah, there are tons of sites out there that have upgrades and downgrades. Again, I'm lazy. They send it to me so I don't have to do anything. Yeah, Hertz is an earnings play also. Wow. Gosh. Insane, isn't it? Look at this, $1.83. You know what else is in theory? I thought actually we have it that it's pre-market, but I just read that they're going to release, not that it probably matters at all, Kodak releasing earnings after hours today, KODK. That MGNI is really interesting, guys. It's holding. Not a huge amount of volume, but it is holding. Also, NIO, I forgot to mention this one. NIO is also an earnings play. NIO, earnings play. Starting to fade just a little bit here. What was the high? 1589 down to 1534. Just fading a little bit here. I mean, look, if it takes out 16, I'm going to stick an alert at 1649. It may not happen today, but I mean, if it takes that out, then that'd be an all-time high. And also Nordstrom's, JWN, kind of sneaky here. Had a nice day, had a nice couple of days. It's a fairly big float, 105 million in the float, but it is still, they're trying to move up. August 13th has earnings pre-market, August 13th. Boy, precious metals getting just slammed this morning. Look at silver. Look at silver right there, ETF, and also gold, ETF. So even though the market, well, this is usually, when the market is up, precious metals are generally down. It's been a bit of a disconnect. Yeah, I read that. But did I see the note? I mean, about Russia? Yeah, I know. I read that also. Pardon me if I'm skeptical, but anyway, we'll see. Look at OMI, guys. OMI. Remember this one had a tremendous run. Then it had the big drop. I think that was on earnings, August the 4th. Yeah, that was on earnings. Big drop on earnings. Decent day yesterday. Bounce back day yesterday after 3 down days. And now we are above yesterday's high. OMI, OMI. By the way, guys, I'm all out of the Rocket RKT. I had a little piece left, but got out of it yesterday as, was doing this move here. So I do not have, now the only thing I've got is I still have some of the play left, PLAY, a little swing from yesterday, late yesterday. I should have mentioned Mesa. I forgot to mention Mesa. I thought I had it on. I do have it on the list. So Mesa is actually an earnings play, guys. MESA. This is going to be really interesting. I mean, the airlines are strong this morning. Mesa, of course, is a little airline. Low float, 28 million in the float. Look at the room it's got. Mesa. It's got room to, about that 5 level on that weekly chart. How is it looking, FireEye? I know it triggered yesterday. Yeah, it hasn't moved. Yeah, Mesa could be really sneaky today. I mean, it's say a little earnings play, but it's right now, at least so far, in the right sector. Let's see if these airlines can hold. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Mesa's is earnings. Yes, that's the only reason I saw it. Okay, one moment, please. I am on mute. So sorry about that. Okay, so I don't know when I started being on mute. Anyway, new channel bar, my watch list. Okay, everything in here is a layout. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you click on anything in the channel bar. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these three windows. You'll probably get some action right here when the market opens. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I put a delay. And as always, I will have the Brokerage Plus on simulation mode, paper trading mode, demonstrating that later on. Is it? I don't know about tanking, but yeah, it's definitely a little move down. Now, I don't usually take anything until at least 15 minutes myself. And I see RKT, not that I'm going to do it necessarily, but RKT is shortable now. A lot of shorts available, 3 million. All right, everybody, market is going to open less than half a minute. Let's have a great trading day. And we are now open. Give me a second here. Oops. Okay. Eno on the way down. I was going to look at, I saw Sorrento. Man, is this going to keep going? And no, look at that. Look at that pullback now for Sorrento, SRNE. It's actually gone negative. No, it's a race to the bottom now for between Eno and SRNO. Yeah, look at this. Both of them, Eno and Sorrento. Well, the market may be up 300. Doesn't feel it. All right, RF guys. Here is a little financial play. RF. Boy, it has some. It's a high right there. It's 1248. It has a little bit of room. I mean, 1248 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. All vaccines going down because Russia's got the cure. All right. I'll buy into that. Hey, listen, I mean, it would be awesome, obviously. I just have my... keep an eye on VVNT, guys. It hasn't triggered yet. It's very, very low volume so far, 14 million. VVNT, though. Okay, there's our WBT now. WBT, a little bit of a winner for a lot of us yesterday. Swing. I'm not in it anymore. Yeah, look at all the vaccines plunging. How's the big one, DVAX? I'm sorry, NVAX. Okay, Halliburton, guys. Halliburton, HAL. Look at the volume that came in. It's a big float, 870 million in the float. It's a big float. Look at the volume that is coming into Halliburton through the 200-day moving average. Wow, look at the room it's got, HAL. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, that is the 200-day moving average. 1587, so it is through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, but more importantly, look left and look at the room it has on that weekly chart. Oh yeah, it's listen. Yeah, good to hear, Dom. All right, let me see how these airlines are doing. Okay, MGNI is back up, guys. It had that big bottoming tail. Big bottoming tail there. To come back up a little bit. I just want to see. I have my alert set at the high right there, 839. See if it takes that back later on. Boy. Look at these fades on these vaccine plays. You know, I came so close to buying this right here, just when it took out 20. Yeah, 10 is looking interesting. 10 break would be 10 break, no pun intended. 10 break would be awesome. What's the high right there is 1032. Nice continuation play from yesterday. So I'm saying my watch list is constructed sort of in two fashions. You can treat it like an intraday plays, or they can be longer term plays. All right, well, MGNI, no, it doesn't look very good. Keep an eye on OMI, guys. I mean, OMI, a little bit of a tail there, down to 14. Has rebounded a little bit. The pre-market high was 1470. Again, look at this daily chart. Big 3-day drop. Little recovery yesterday, and now looks like it wants to keep trying to recover. As opposed to JMIA, which I thought would maybe keep going. This has earnings tomorrow. Unless they've pre-released. Morning, Javed. Unless they've pre-released. Again, this market feels like it's just going to fade. I mean, it is starting to put a little bit of a red bar here. Jan. This is one we saw yesterday. It was really active yesterday. JAN just got halted. JAN, crazy low float, 1.5 million in the float. Nice trade, William. I know you took this pre-market, EYEN. See how many shorts are still available if they're being snapped up. Not really. All right, keep an eye on GIL, guys. GIL. Look at the room it's got. It's had a nice couple of weeks, decent couple of weeks, but yesterday kind of broke out. And a little continuation, GIL. It's not a low float. Jan was halted, and it's still halted, and Peck just got halted. Yeah, on the way down. Peck just got halted on the way down. Down goes Tilray. TLRY earnings play Kersplat. All right, so this SYPR did see it briefly in the pre-market. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, look at the volume. It's just come in. 10 million in the float. SYPR. I don't know if this is, I don't even have a business summary on them. So I don't know where they're out of. SYPR. Leonardo, what are they even called? Naval DRS Naval Awards, Cyprus Electronics, some kind of a contract probably. I don't know what Leonardo DRS Naval Awards, Cyprus Electronics. I don't. Well, look at this high looking left is a 216. There are shorts. There are shorts. Maybe I'll do a William today. Another one just got halted, TRVI. Trevi, okay. Now this one's got some room. So Trevi's got some room. It's been halted. The volume is just starting to pick up. Another low float situation, 2.6 million in the float. Again, if you're wondering, how I know this, we have a halts resumes, which is a scan that I share. Ooh, PEIX, look at Pacific Ethanol. What a run it's had. Look at this, from 81 cents 3 weeks ago all the way up to 380 now. Another one, look at this run from $1.57 back in February all the way to $16.27 for PRTS. This is going to get halted. This continues like this. This will be the next halt, CYPR, or SYPR, sorry. So far, the flyers, pre-market flyers, a lot of them have just given it up. Mesa, Meso, of course the IN. PEC just opened. That was another flyer, pre-market. Another one, PRPH. Another one, OXBR. Boy, this is a real pattern, guys. A lot of the ones that were gapping in the pre-market are just faded. Meanwhile, Halliburton, nice, continues to move here. Broke through that 200-day, as I mentioned before. Even the gap is moving a little bit here. It already has earnings coming up August 20th. GPS. All right, 9:45. Let's see if we start getting some in my watch list up and down. See if I can pick off some today. See if I can pay a little more attention to them. OMI will trigger if it makes a new high. What are the trigger? The trigger here is a new high. Guys, are you seeing what I'm seeing here? We're not getting a profile for a lot of stocks right now. Some stocks, anyway. All right, Cinemark, SCNK. On the move a little bit here. Sabre, airline sector stock. Meanwhile, EYEN sinking mightily here. Didn't really see this one in the, it's an earnings play. GSKY released after hours yesterday. Didn't really see it. And this is now sinking also and through the 200-day moving average. GSKY. Okay, as indicated, OMI would trigger in here if it hit a new high. So what I'm going to do right now is to just stick an alert. The only issue I've got with it is pretty close to 15. Bit of a psychological, could be a bit of a psychological barrier. So is this one, TRVI, open and flying. The same. I'm sorry. It did resume and then it got halted immediately. TRVI got halted immediately. This is the miss. Well, I don't know about a miss. Hard to get it. It was moving up so quickly, got halted, and then it moved up again, got halted. Pretty hard to get it. This was a nice little short. Shorts are available. IBIO. There's the trigger at 330. Down to 3 now. Now PEC is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, and I don't like. I mean, it's a horrible looking daily chart. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of support around 4 anyway. So. Even if you had shorts available for it, I'd be probably reluctant looking at that daily chart. So you're talking about a short, right, for peers? I'm assuming. Yeah, I'm just looking because there's the 200-day moving average, 315. Almost got to it, but Wow, Jan, 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 Jan. If you have my, if you have this one, that's all she's saying. Jan, Jan, Jan. Saw this one yesterday. It's almost at the high of about 3 or 4 days ago. Yeah, no shorts available for me either for JAN. All right, guys, play. After a little bit of a pullback, whoops, this is the one that I am going to try to swing. I mean, I sort of swung it. Bought it yesterday afternoon towards the end of the day. Sold some this morning, pre-market. We're a little over $1, and now we're almost at the pre-market highs for play, Dave & Buster's. Why I know I talked about this one yesterday early on as a potential swing trade. You know, I like this RF. I wish this 1248 weren't so close. This RF is holding its own. You know, a little pullback, but RF is holding its own. Great volume. MGNI now, guys, is trying to reclaim 8. This was not shortable for me. OXBR, not shortable. Earnings play, just completely giving it up. Still at 42%, but looks like it's just going to fade back to the close of yesterday. So I see Dave & Buster's showed up here also. So keep an eye on it. I mean, obviously it still has room. I'm going to stick an alert at 1632 for play. Lots of volume too for play. Reasonable float, 46 million in the float. Lots of volume, 2 million shares, 3.3 times normal. There's PEIX, guys. So yeah, I guess somebody nailed it on the hit that nail, but now it is moving up. PEIX and Sabre again, airline sector. There goes play, guys. Right from the alert here, 1627. One moment, please. Well, guys, even, again, full disclosure, I mean, I've already posted it, so I'm in this one from yesterday at 15.10. Sold some this morning at 16.15. Still a good alert from 16.27. I would say a great alert, guys. I mean, you trade it as you want, but so as I said yesterday, I mean, you can take my watch list and you can use it as an intraday watch list, and or you can also choose to hold some of these depending how they close. All right, there's Trivi, TRVI, not shortable for me, so I can't even attempt maybe what William is going to do. But this is still strong. Wow, play is just... All right, there's Omi. Omi back up to that alert. Let's see, I wish it weren't so close to 15. Well, I mean, when I get the alert, I'm looking to see what sort of a pattern it's coming from. I'm not going to chase it. I'm not going to completely chase it, but I'm just looking to see what pattern. So, I mean, it's hard for me to say exactly what the criteria, but obviously when I get the alert, I start looking to see what the pattern is. I mean, if it were, 15 straight 15-minute candles up, I'm obviously not going to take the trade as an example. But look at the alert here, though. That's just a break out of this. I mean, there's the candle, 15-minute, 5-minute candle. The alert happened on, so that was a nice break out of this. Can't do it, Sanjay. It's actually a channel. Okay, Sanjay, it's a channel. So if you click on new and then channel bar and then my watch list, Barry's watch list, it's a channel. But remember, because it's a channel, it's a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load it. Ah, look at Omi. Doggone it. It just went screaming through 15. All right, let me see if it can do it again. And look at the volume that came in. Look at that volume, guys. Omi, well, winner. Look at Kara actually, post-market. So we released earnings after hours yesterday. This is actually holding, and this is, well, it used to be. I just have to have a confirmation, guys. When you're clicking on profile, I'm not getting a lot of stocks. I'm not getting any information on. Yeah, it seems to be broken. Same? Okay, so I have to. Let me just, in fact, before I do that, let me just do a reset. That might help. Oh, that might have helped. Okay, I did a reset. That helped. I think that helped. No. PEIX, no. Okay, next on this, yeah, there's another one. Just, yeah, we're not getting a lot of profile information on some. So something is broken here. Look at AMTX. Well, you can create your own layout, Arno. Okay, you can create your own layout. I mean, both on the web and the, I mean, all these scans that I'm sharing, but you can create your own. I mean, this is all I've done. You know, these are my alert windows that I've created. And my, you know, this is my setup. You can create your own setup, of course, on the web and the, you just save it as a layout. I mean, there is a way in which you can save it up in the channel if you really want to. I don't typically do that. I just save it as a layout. You know, save or share to cloud. And then the entire layout, give it a name. All right, guys, XPEL is, I don't know if it's going to show up here. Yeah, it's still very low volume. Unfortunately, XPEL, I really like this one. I mean, it's an all-time high right now. Unfortunately, there's no volume yet. 25,000 shares. But look at this. I mean, it's an all-time high. It was just kind of resting in this area for the last few days, and now it's broken out. But again, the volume is too low. Yeah, I mean, you save your layout, and then you can load. And typically, this is what will happen, Arno. I don't know if you're a brand new subscriber. If you are, then, you know, a lot of times, once you become familiar with Trade Ideas, you'll create your own layout with the scans that you want. You'll save it. Just like I said, entire layout, give it a name, and then save it. When you exit Trade Ideas, when you file exit, and it'll ask you, do you want to save your layout? You can say yes. When you load Trade Ideas again, it'll load that layout. I mean, that's all I do every day. I have this virtually the same layout every single day. I may add a scan, take out a scan every now and then, but the guts are generally the same all day long. Oh, not all day long, but for months and months and months. All right, guys. Well, that was I'm sold more of the, I don't have, in fact, what have I got left? I don't have that much left now. That was a pretty nasty downturn for play as the market is starting to drift down. No stupid questions. No stupid questions. What I would do is this. Before you spend $99 on a one-on-one, I don't know if you've looked at the lessons. They're basically, okay, the 20 short lessons are, go over all the basics of Trade Ideas, including saving layouts and things like that. I would read those first before you spend $20 or $100 on a one-on-one. Well, meanwhile, XPER is just so we got to be careful here now, guys, on longs. Obviously, I mean the market is still up, but it's starting to drift down a bit. Yeah, another one that's SLGG. Okay, this is getting annoying, guys. Are you, you guys with Interactive Brokers, are you finding that for whatever reason our linking is getting a little... Oh, wait a minute. Before I complain too much. Okay, the linking's back. Didn't mention this one because this is a buyout. PFNX is a buyout, in case you're wondering. Yeah, it's up 67%, but it is a buyout. You usually tell a buyout when you see something that looks like this, though it is starting to move a bit. Move a bit. There should be sound. I want to make sure you guys can hear me. Yeah, I think that there is something going on. Ah, look at Mizo. Yeah, we're not getting a lot of profiles. If you, Julio, I don't know if you're in the room, but well, we never bill ourselves as a charting program, JPAC. So it depends what you mean by better charts. Another one that was high flying in the pre-market, MISO. Why was it flying? FDA meeting is tomorrow. I'm sorry, this was not high flying. This was down, and now it is moving down again. Yeah, I mean, if you don't, I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus and things like that. The only thing you can have on a Mac or the web-based version is Brokerage Plus. So if you don't care about practicing trading, you know, with their simulator, then yeah, the web is fine. Yeah, the E-gap is just an earnings gap, okay? Because I post it in Twitter, you know, I have to be economical with the number of characters I use. So I call an earnings gap, or an E-gap is an earnings gap. No, there isn't. No, not really. There's a custom filter that I can give to you, which you can put to find stocks a certain distance away on a daily chart. So if you wanted to only see stocks when you're looking left as it makes a new high, say at least $1 away, I can give you a custom filter like that. But other than the absolute number, no. Though it may say it in the description, I'm not sure. All right, guys. This was a short opportunity here. CELH 1862. Yeah, I'll give you the filter if you want, and I'll give you the instructions. Have you ever made a custom filter before? Okay, I'll give you the formula. Just give me a second. All right, I just have to find it. Okay, Don, so this is the formula. Okay. So then if you've done one before, then you know that it's a filter, so you could put in the min if you only wanted to see stocks. So you'll create an alert window, and then when a stock makes a new high, you can fix it so that then that filter is looking left, and the next high on a daily chart would be whatever minimum you want it to be away. Never heard of gravity center, no. Can't do it within trade ideas anyway. Yeah, I guess it is starting to base a little bit here, trying to curl. It's just not, I'm just not really good at these. But if it took out 6, yeah, it's possible. Look, it got up to 850 in the pre-market. Should be concentrating. Oh, I don't know. If there is one, Nally, how do you think it'll affect the market? Who knows if it's real or not? Well, a lot of the virus stocks are turning. I wish there were more volume in this one, but travel centers, TA, interesting. I set an alert here. There's the high 1809. It has a lot of room. It's just the volume is light. Hey, listen, I hope they have. Obviously, I hope they have. But I think it's wise to be a little skeptical. So much for the upturn for EYEN. And it's still up 50%. The interesting thing about shorting all these small ones, and when they're up, there's no problem getting shorts as long as there's shorts available. You don't have to worry about the uptick rule. Well, I mean, what we're doing in our pre-market is just, I mean, there's no guarantee that a stock that is, flying high in the pre-market or sinking in the pre-market is going to continue the same trend. It's just that these are the active stocks for the day, or at least they should be active during the entire day. So it's a matter of, okay, let's follow them for a while and see if they have any sort of a trend. Like I was saying earlier, a lot of those high flyers just gave it up. So there's no guarantee that just because the stock is moving higher in the pre-market that it's going to continue. And as far as the post-market is concerned, a lot of times post-market action is because of earnings, and it'll be a carry forward tomorrow. There's no guarantee of anything, of course. It's just a matter of maybe one or two of them. If we get, if we can follow one or two of them that continue, they can give us tremendous trades. So it's not so much the impact, it's just, look at Gray Television. Okay, GTN. Now, this is coming. This could be interesting as a short if it gets stalled right at the 200-day moving average, 1624. Did I see 6? Nope. All right, here's a little one. Will this be today's UBX? Remember UBX yesterday just kept moving higher, higher, higher all day until it finally gave it up at the end. ONCS is a low float. Look at the volume coming in. 11 times normal right now. Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee of anything. I mean, all we try to do, though, is the ones that are active in the pre-market typically are going to be active for the day, typically. So, I mean, if you're into intraday trading, of course, that's what you want to see. But it doesn't mean that, the minute the market opens, you just hop into the trade. If it were that easy, I wish it were that easy. Yeah, the question is when. I mean, if it holds 5, ONCS, if it holds 5, well, I think if it takes out this 519, sort of the highs of the bodies of those candles, it might still have a little bit of a run in it. Well, I'm not saying it's not going to turn into a good short, but I'm just saying when. I'm just saying there's the high of these. Oh, it's very low volume. Yeah, I mean, I had it on a price alert. I had it on a price alert, so that's why I saw it. I had a price alert set right there, But yeah, I mean, it's very low volume, but I mean, it's one of those ones. If you were looking to swing something, again, I'm not saying to swing this, but you know, the volume doesn't matter so much if you're looking to swing something. But obviously, this has a lot of room, all the way up to. Not saying it's going to get to 23, but I remember these days, every day it just, well, especially these first 2 days, just got crashed. Then every day after that, just inching down, 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 down. Have a stop and obey it. Do not allow your account to get blown out either through ego. You know, you have to be right. You think you get into a trade and you have to have a stop. You have to get out if your stop hits. You have to have a manageable loss in terms of a dollar amount. Every trade you go into, that dollar amount has to have some kind of a correlation to your account size. So in other words, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade when you have 5,000 in your account, as an example. That's probably the number one thing right off the bat that most new traders have a difficult time with. This is interesting, guys. This is a buyout, but it's not acting like a buyout. This is a nice little surge here for PFNX. Unless it's I didn't read all the details. Unless it's tied to the stock price, I don't even know if whoever's buying them is a public company. Keep waiting on that ONCS to see if it takes out 5. Not yet, anyway. That would be my trigger if I'm going to short this. I wouldn't short a lot for me. I would just. All right, keep an eye on GTN. Nice base now for GTN. Decent volume, 3.8 times normal. Had earnings on August 6th. Oh, that's right, but it's got that 200-day moving average. So actually, this is turning into a potential short, especially if it gives up 16. You know, that 200-day moving average has stalled it so far. CNK, yeah, I saw that earlier. It was near that whole. Wow, I was going to say it was near 12, but it is now over. Well, Interactor Brokers is in many countries around the world, so you can see what I don't know where you're from, but don't like I'm not going to know if Interactor Brokers is going to be available, but this is try it. Go to the Interactor Brokers website and see if it's one of the countries. I think they've got something like 150 countries or many countries around the world. All right, I have to put my alert back for OMI at 1508. See if it takes out 15 again. If you have an Interactor Brokers account, yes. In fact, wow, it's 10:30 already. I'm going to talk about a lot of that. Well, ONCS looks like 5 is holding, guys. It looks like it's trying to make a new high. I know you'll reshort at some point. I get it, but or add to your short, whatever you do. All right, guys, it is almost 10:30, so I think what I'm going to do right now is, first of all, welcome anybody who's brand new to the trading room. There it is, guys. So a new high now for ONCS. This to me looks a little more like the UBX from yesterday that just kept running for a while. And there it goes. Okay, first of all, yes, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, you can, or I'm sharing a lot of, I'm sharing a lot of scans. $118 a month for the standard AC after the first month. So I'm sharing a lot of a lot of scans. Click on the scans tab within the trading room. You'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. Or probably more popular, if you click on the room drive icon, scans that I share, click on download, and that'll go to a Word document. Then you'll see all of the scans in your Word document. All the links there are, all you have to do is copy the link, and then file, load from cloud. If you've copied the link should appear right here. And then you just load it. So now you'll have, whatever scan you want. I mean, I've got a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Meanwhile, real, come on, you got to get into real. Had a nice little run. So let me talk a little bit about our subscriptions. Yeah, everything's in US dollars. Everything is in US dollars. All right, so this is how much Trade Ideas does cost. Okay, so there is a subscription link right there. Here's a promo code. And no, bang, we don't have a discount for Interactive Brokers. It's so cheap. I mean, it's very inexpensive, but there's no discount code. Dirty little secret. They don't care that we link with them. Okay, it's not like we have this business relationship. It just happens that we decided to do it with Interactive Brokers because the majority of our customers had an Interactive Brokers account. So that's why we decided that would be the first one. But it's not that they care that we link with them. So there is a subscription. Okay, there's the link and there is the promo code, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So let's just see how much it costs. Is it okay? What do you mean by is it okay? I mean Interactive Brokers? Yeah, they're fine. if that's what you mean. Premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus 15%. The standard yearly is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. I'm going to go over the big difference. The big difference, of course, is the AI. That's why if you want to take out a premium subscription, it's because you want to see our AI in action. I'm going to go over that a little bit later. Of course, you don't have to start off with an annual subscription. You can start off with even a standard monthly. $118 less the 15% for the first month only, or $228 less the 15% for the first month only. The discount's only good for the first month on a monthly. Now we're going to talk about some of the links. All these links are also downloadable. Some of them you might want to load because I've got a lot of training links. So I've already gone over the subscription pricing. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Don't know if it's really done that very much. FireEye. Yeah, it's below the trigger. So it did trigger, I think, yesterday 1580. I think that was the trigger. So it's a little bit below it. Brokers Plus intro. There is a link. I'm going to go over Brokers Plus in a little more detail later. But if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this Brokers Plus window to trade from within Trade Ideas, you can do so. You have to watch that video, Brokers Plus intro video. My daily video, I do it between about 105 and 120 every day. Kind of a recap of what's happened in the trading up to that point. 20 short lessons and training. I'm going to pop those links into the room. No, there's no special channel for scalping. No. Josh, no, I listen. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus, okay, in a little bit, but you don't it's not necessary to use Brokerage Plus. Trade Ideas is a scanning tool first and foremost, okay? We link with many, so let me try to explain this. We link with many brokers, including, okay, now it is moving down, but I just don't have time. Give me a second here. I just can't concentrate on it enough right now. I'm in the middle of explaining everything. So we link with many brokers, including Thinkorswim. Linking meaning this. We have this linking tool. You click on Tools, External Linking, and you just follow this. Where it says Add a Link, you just follow the instructions. Now, the linking with Thinkorswim is a little bit tricky, but I can give you a script to follow, and then the linking is fine. All linking does is this. It's a time saver. So when you click on an alert, it'll load into your brokerage platform. From within your brokerage platform, then you trade like normal. We do have a feature called Brokerage Plus, so that if you have an Interactive Brokers account, of course we link with Interactive Brokers, and then you can use this to actually trade your Interactive Brokers account. Absolutely not necessary though. Yeah, the Mac is, Brokers Plus is not available in with the Mac. So you don't have to, and the other thing too, one of the limitations, depends how many stocks you're clicking or alerts you're clicking on all day long, Josh. Obviously, somebody like myself who's clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, it'd be a pain if I have to type the symbol in. So this is just a time saver. If you're not clicking on a lot of symbols, then you just type it in. Make sense? Now, where was I? I was just wondering to follow that ONC. I just can't concentrate enough on it. Okay, so in the links, so that's what I was talking about, the Brokerage Plus intro, and I'll go over Brokerage Plus in more detail in a little bit of time here. I wanted to talk about the lessons, okay? Really important link. If you're new to Trade Ideas, this basically shows you all of the features that we've got and how to, what is a top list, how to build one, what is an alert window, how to create one, on and on and on, okay? You really should, this is just, it's all text-based. It doesn't have to take you 20 days to do it. You can do it at your own own time frame, of course. And then the other one is the training. The 20 lessons is here also. We also have some great videos in TI University. And this is a great little video series. If you're brand new to trading, it's really back to basics. You know, what is a candlestick? What is a chart? All right. So if you're brand new to trading, you know, these videos here, a little more, maybe a little more advanced, but the back to basics, great little video series. We also have webinars, 4 of them a week, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern time. They are all archived. So we do our best to support the product with those videos, text-based, the 20 lessons. We've got the webinars. We've got, of course, myself in the trading room all day long. Well, I'm more of a short-term trader, but I mean, I you know, from time to time, like to play. You know, I did hold it overnight. Yeah, that is Calvin, I think it's a known bug. The only way to get them back is by closing your platform and then opening it again. I think it's a known, it doesn't happen all the time, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Before you do it though, make sure you go to Windows and save as default, and then that'll save all your columns and all the strategies that you've got. Okay, and then you can reload it. I think that, you know, it's a known bug in the simulator. Well, AC, that's a really difficult question to answer. I mean, everybody is going to be different, right? I mean, it depends how, you know, some people really grasp things more quickly than others. So it's hard for me to know. The one thing I will say is that before you start trading with your real money, use our simulator and practice paper trading. It's a great simulator. You know, yes, I mean, little, I hate to even call it a bug, but, you know, the fact that sometimes the positions disappear. But you know, practice trading before you commit money to the market. I will say this, if you can't make money in the simulator, paper trading, then it'll be awfully hard to do it if you commit real money to the market. Once you commit money to the market, emotions come into play in a huge, huge way. All right, guys. Well, I did it. I don't know how much longer I'm going to hold it. The ONCS, the 91. So 5 gets me out. Well, you have to have brokers. You have to have Interactive Brokers open. You know, it'll be you have to have it open. You have to have both platforms open. Obviously, ours. Brokers Plus is just part of Trade Ideas. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. So this is what the AI is all about. This is not an AI strategy. We have 50 We have 50 what we call baseline strategies. They get optimized every night. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work with the optimization routine. And this is kind of what happens. Takes a look. Again, this is not one of the AI strategies, but takes a look at the filters, the values within the filters, maybe makes adjustments to the values, runs the back tester, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, on and on and on. Runs through all 50 strategies like that. That's what happened last night. Today, these are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. They made the cut because they had the proper profit factor and win percentage combination. Tomorrow, we don't know what strategies are going to make the cut because, again, the AI will have access to today's data and then run through that optimization routine again. If you have the AI, this is my recommendation on how to see all the alerts. From the toolbar, click on New, and then right here, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Strategy Trades window. You'll see this window, and then everything is outlined. There's your entry price and there's your stop, and you should just basically manage the trades as you see fit. There is no right or wrong way to use the AI. Meanwhile, BHC, yeah, I think Rio mentioned this one. BHC running again, yes. Just got, I mean, it's interesting because BHC had earnings that looked really good. I mean, it popped through the 200-day moving average, but just sold off. Sold off again. That would have been, what are we now, Tuesday? So that was on Friday, big sell-off. Continued, maybe a bounce now. Okay, play is right back up. Had a very bit of a choppy day, but it is right back up. Okay, so I do want to talk about Brokerage Plus now. So this is the Brokerage Plus window, and you load it from again the toolbar. And this is only available if you have the app, the download version of Trade Ideas, not the web-based version. So if you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, here is your Brokerage Plus window. So as I said before, I'm just going to pop this link into the room. All right, so there is the Brokerage Plus link, okay? So if you have an interactive broker's account and you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade your interactive broker's account, you can do so. Watch the video. It goes into all aspects of how to set it up, you know, connecting, of course, to interactive brokers. What I'm going to be showing is the simulator in action. Again, if you're a new trader, please practice trading first. And all you have to do is when you load it, you just connect, check, Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. So here's how you do it. Just going to find one, maybe take the trade. Okay, let's just take WBT. Look at the volume that just came in. So WBT, when I clicked on the alert, the symbol showed up. Here I can pick how many shares I want to trade. Pick the price I want to get in at. If I'm shorting it, I sell it. You know, before you do that, make sure you have shorts available. If I'm going long, I buy it, of course. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy a couple hundred shares. I'm going to buy at the market because it's a 1 cent spread, so that's not a big deal. And there it is. Took the trade at 805, 200 shares. Now again, as we always say, you have to have a stop, and your stop should be determined ahead of time. I'm just trying to show you how you can easily do all this. Add the stop order. Let's just put a stop order at 790. And you will see that it'll appear right on the chart. Okay, right there. See how it appeared? So if the trade went down to, their stock went down to 790 and I just allowed it to take me out automatically, I would lose $30. I can put a target, right click, again, add target order. Let's just put a target. I mean, I don't typically put targets, but I know a lot of people like to put a target in, so I'll just add a target, say 850. You're going to see it show up on the chart. Okay, I'll show you, yes, pending orders. Yeah, you just have to go into orders, right click, and cancel. So you have to have your orders tab, right click on the order you want to cancel, and just cancel it. Okay, so you have to have the orders tab. And if you've submitted something, then just right click and cancel. Okay, so I just wanted to show you. So there's the target up here, 850. Hard to see. I think that's $95. So if I just allowed this to run automatically and take me out of the trade at 790, I'd lose $39. And if it went up to 850, if I allowed it to take me out at 850, I'd be up $95. Okay. Now you can use these like trailing stops. So if the trade started working well, I could always move this line up or down. Well, obviously up if it's working well, like a trailing stop. If it started to approach the target and I didn't want to get out, of course I could just move it up and down anywhere I wanted. All right. Now you don't have to do it on the chart. Okay, well, AC, I mean, going long is buying. So long meaning you're buying the stock, you're hoping it goes up. If you're not familiar with shorting, then just stay away from it. But selling means, you're getting in at a price and hoping it goes down. I mean, it's really that simple. No, bang, it's the same for everybody. Holly is the same for everybody. All right, I'll just quickly get this in here. So I am short sell ONCS at 491. Gets up to 491, I'm out of the trade. Well, Daniel, you can create your own channel or just your layout. Okay, I mean a channel is just a layout. So for instance, here's my layout that you see. All right, so I've just saved this layout. I gave it a name, and I gave it a name, save layout. I've given it a name. And so, yes, of course. Like a channel is just a layout. So you can create your own layout and save it. Yes. And that's both with a standard and our premium service. Boy, I feel like William now. Oh, he shorted a lot higher than I did. I wanted to wait for that 5 break. Avaya from yesterday was pretty strong. Look at this. Now it's sold off though. It had earnings. Wow, I'm sorry, but AVYA is just ripping here now. It's right at yesterday's high now. Look at the volume that has come in also. Yeah, you need our premium subscription, Daddy. 137712. Okay, you need a premium subscription, but you can yeah, you can do it. All you have to do is just have the Holly and then just turn all the strategies on. Do I? I don't use the RBI GBI. No, there's not enough filters for me to effectively use it, so I don't use it. Yeah, there. You know what? The difference is this. I mean, man, one day, I don't want to say it every time I have to go through this explanation. Holly Grail was the original one. Holly 2.0 was a little more aggressive. Holly Neo is the most aggressive. You'll see a lot of the ones in Holly Neo right now probably are, well, not that one, but could be earnings plays, but they're the most aggressive, the biggest relative volume. Look at Shutterstock as an example. Okay, big relative volume. So really nothing more to add. So I mean, if you're a little more conservative, then you stick with Holy Grail. You have a little more daring, maybe 2.0. And if you enjoy risk reward, but remember, it can go against you, then Holy Neo is a little more aggressive. What was I saying about Neo yesterday? Earlier? Now, we're not talking about Neo. We're talking Neo is just one of the AI segments, right? Or AI segments. We're talking about NIO was an earnings play. And look at it, just, wow, really giving it up. Pre-market earnings play looked good. I mean, it was almost getting to an all-time high. Before now, it is just giving it up in a big way. Oh, I appreciate that, Manny. Best stock equity to short the Dow. Don't know how to answer that. Are you talking about an ETF? I don't trade ETFs, but I mean, are there a lot of ETFs that will to short the Dow? You can buy a short ETF. Best one, I don't know, because I don't. There are, yeah, there you go. The SDOW, SQQQ for the, but SDOW is one, but that's an ETF. Meanwhile, GSKY, I know I mentioned this a lot earlier. Look at this one. GSKY just collapsing on earnings. August 10th post-market. Again, unfamiliar with our platform, that mauve area right there on our charts. That is after hours yesterday. So they released earnings. Look good. I mean, the original reaction was pretty good. Even in the pre-market, that's the 10 area. Market opens. Completely in a downtrend and through the 200-day moving average. So the SPY is a little bit choppy. Little bit directionless right now. So at this point, I would just show you to get out of a trade, you just have to flatten it. So I got out of this in the demo. I just flattened the trade. That's getting out of the trade. I could have got out of half it. I could have doubled it if it was, had I wanted to. Okay, they are aware of this issue with the profile, the business summary. They're aware of it. Yeah, I've covered some of that ONCS, guys. Just like to see it really collapse. I think 420 would be an area that it could get to, but I've covered some of the ONCS. I think I looked down here. Oh, maybe 460. I'm sorry. Well, I was looking down here. I was looking, yeah, thinking if it ever got just to the where it closed yesterday. But this looks like this could be a decent support area right now. I just closed a position. And that's right. I know we went through this yesterday. And that's right. 27, 27, minus 27, minus 27. Total P&L and today, they're the same. So I just did that, Calvin. That's weird. I know you had the issue yesterday. Well, maybe it's because I'm on a development version. That's probably the reason. You know, you are on a whatever 0.56. I'm on a development version, and that's probably the reason. I always have to remember that. About 4.2.17. All right, what time is it now? 11:04. I haven't noticed that on mine, but you know, I don't know what to say. Usually, well, let's put it this way. It could have been happening with me, but I haven't noticed a slowdown. So that's typically, that's when I'll start looking. I see what you mean right there, but it hasn't really affected. I really don't know what to say. There was a chart issue. There was a server issue with one of our servers yesterday. And that was that, remember yesterday afternoon for a little bit, the charts were slowing down a bit. And that was, we recognized there was a server issue. Come on. It all depends on the server you're on too, That's why some people did not experience anything. Maybe keep an eye on this GRFS. What is that? What sort of room does it have? Not much room, so forget about it. Meanwhile, Mizo, it's continuing down here after. The only news I could see is that they're going to be some kind of conference tomorrow, and evidently people don't think it's going to be it's going to be a good result, because I don't see any other news on it. Down 21% ahead of AdCom meeting on their drug. I guess it's Ryoncil. Ryoncil. I don't know how to pronounce it. Up-to-date gappers lists. Well, I'm not sure how to answer that. I mean, these are all gappers right here, really. I mean, so if you're talking about a stock that gapped first print of the day, gapped up a certain percentage, I mean, you can use. Oh, okay, well, you can use this. My gaps. The gap up shared, and you can use these two. I mean, that's going to show you that's an alert window. So every time it makes a new high or a new low. But if you wanted to create a top list yourself, I mean, it's pretty simple to do. Just put the put the gap filter as a column and sort on that column. That makes sense? So I mean, here's your, so if you created a top list, why don't I add this just for fun here? Here's my relative volume leader. So if I added right here, say I put a minimum of 4. Okay, so now, okay, so there you go. There is sorted on the gap percent, with other filters in place, as an example, as a top list. Now you can see right there, just because it gapped up 106%, it's obviously faded from that gap, but as an example. And you can tell right there by the position in the day's range. So if you wanted to see the ones that were, you can see right off the bat that the big gappers, well, again, with these filters in place, here's my price, 1 in 25. Now the current volume is at least 10, so I mean that's pretty aggressive, and 100% or 100,000 shares. If I reduce that current volume, but remember that this was mainly to see the relative volume leaders. But if you sort it on the position in days ranges and then check the gap, you can see that these ones anyway are not near the high of the day. So there's nothing. So the fact that they gapped up, they did not hold the gap. Make sense? And here, on the downside, look at that. A nice 87% gap, but it's almost at the low of the day. Looking at that position in range. So when you say how to use it, and I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. So when you say how to use the RBI, So this is the one I would use if I'm going to use the RBI 5, 15, 30, the GBI. Instead of the, now you can use the confirmed. Basically, let's just use the RBI 5. So this is red bar ignored 5. So when you say how to use it, you just load it and let the alerts happen. Now how you trade it is up to you. So I'm not sure if that's the question, how to trade it or how to load it. Okay, what does it do? So do you know what RBI and RBI and GBI, red bar ignored and green bar ignored. So the principle, the theory is this. Now in this particular case, so what happens is for these to trigger at all, so for these to trigger at all, you need at least four green candles in a row. And then the fifth candle is going to be a red candle, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. And then that sixth candle will be green. So the theory is this, that you've got an uptrend, and then you've got a pause with that red bar, and then the trend continues. Okay? How you use it will be up to you. I mean, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you automatically take the trade, of course, but let's see if one looks really... Yeah, so you can see right there. So there was 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles. That red candle was totally engulfed. The next candle was green, and it did inch above the high of that red candle, and that's why we got an alert at 42.02. Now, do you take the trade? I mean, it's up to you. Can't do it. This is fixed at 4 candles. Four green candles, and then the red candle. It's not customizable. You can see right there's the minimum of 4 green candles. There was the red candle engulfed, and here's the next one is green, just above. Now the confirmed version of it would mean that candle would have to confirm, close above it. So you might say, well, why wouldn't I always do that? The problem would be is if that candle just zooms higher. So you'd have to wait for this candle to close. And so if it closed way up there, you're probably not going to get into the trade. This one will give you the instant alert the minute that green candle goes above the high of that red candle. It just doesn't seem right to short reel. Meanwhile, the market is sort of inching its way up. I have a feeling I'm stuck here. What's the Dow up right now, guys? I think I'm stuck. I seem to see 311, and I think it's stuck there, which means I'd have to reload, which I don't want to do. 324, yeah, so it's a little bit stuck. I don't want to reload because then I lose all these. And I don't think a reset helps. Well, WPRT is, well, it's a big float though. WPRT is gapping right there on volume, but it is, I don't know which, it is gapping right now. It's a cheap one, but it's not a low float. Earlier with GTN, well, actually, I was looking at a long. Well, you're right. As a potential short, it obviously is. It's struggled to get through the 200-day, but it's flattened out. I mean, yeah. I mean, if it takes out 16, though, it could turn into a nice little short. Anybody else stuck on their indices? Just out of curiosity, I've got my Dow is stuck at 311. The SPY is 690. NAS is down 83. Yours is updating? Okay, guys, I'm out of the ONCS now. It was an interesting little short. I was hoping it would go down a little bit further, but All right, I'm going to take a look at my watch list, see if there's any action. 1475, still the Omi guys. Still has maybe takes out that 15 later on. Could still work. The play's been very, very choppy. Great little trade at the beginning, but very choppy. WBT is didn't really move off that 810, and the CLSK, I mean, it was a nice quick trade. You know, 1297 on the alert, got up to 1360, actually pretty good, 1363 before it pulled back. And on the downside, I know this one worked for a bit, 1862. Got down to 1813 from as a short. This was unshortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. And the iBio, iBio still is, it had a pull-up, but before the pull-up, yeah, it got down to 273 from 330. So pretty good, both on the short side and the long side for my watch list today. What does 10 look like? Not good. We're hoping it would take out 10 actually earlier, but it doesn't look that good. There's the 200 day, you know, getting closer to it. All right, I'll be right back. All right, MGNI guys, MGNI again has just been kind of flirting around that 8 for a while. I still have this alert set right up here around 830 odd. Let's see if it, I mean, it's a low, actually it's not a low float, but it is an earnings play. Looks like an IPO, it is not. At least I don't think it is. I think it's just a symbol name change, so that's why it looks like an IPO. But looking at the lifetime range, unless it's one of those, it was an IPO and it assumed a symbol. It's hard for me to know. Wow, Kara, but what a move. I mean, Kara's an earnings play. It's actually, I don't know if it's only a cannabis play. I don't think so. I think it has other things going for it. In fact, maybe they've abandoned. Well, it's a nice break though, guys. I mean, I know a real suggesting that it's going to be short at some point, which of course it would be. I mean, eventually. But look at this. This is going to be an interesting one going forward for Kara. Oh, yeah, look at ONCS, guys. So I'm glad I'm out of that one now. Big, big move. It's a big move. Look at that little bit of volume coming in. Big move for it. Look at this. Hopefully everybody's out if they were short. Kara, again, when I say going forward, I mean this easily could be a second day or third day, who knows, continuation of earnings. I mean, if you look left on that monthly chart, it has room, to 26. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just, looking at that chart. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. It's the same. It is the same thing. These are all the next highs looking left on the weekly and the monthly. I mean, just look at this candle basically wiping out all this. So the reaction to earnings is very positive. Not a lot of volume. I have to admit that, though. Not a lot of volume. It is 2.9 times normal, but still, I would have thought there'd be more volume. Look at this. Missed AVYA 1611 on the alert and took a while, but now 1661. There was the alert right there. It pulled back a little. 1661 now. Avaya, I get another one that has room looking left. All right, guys. Not really a lot of great looking trades so far that I see anyway from the AI, especially in the price range that I'm looking at, under $20. There are What are the indicators? The big one for me is the 200-day moving average on the daily chart. Okay, that's the 200-day moving average. I'm not a big indicator guy. In fact, I should remove this one. I never use the 200 weekly. I do have, I think, the 20 SMA. That's the blue line there, and the 8 EMA. That's the orange line there on these intraday charts. And I have this 10 SMA on the daily chart. This is something that one of our, if you know Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he's a big proponent of the 10 SMA on a daily chart. But I'm not the one I really pay attention to is the 200-day moving average. That's really it. But you can, of course, put whatever you want on your charts. I am really the wrong guy, for indicators, to ask about indicators. CLXT? Don't think I saw that one. CLXT. I didn't really see this one. Yeah, it's not showing up. It's not showing up here because I think I have a minimum of 300,000 shares. Yeah, 300,000 shares. So that's why it's not showing up here. Otherwise, it would have. Pretty low volume. I mean, for it, it's good. 7 times normal. Yeah, Kelly. Hard to get in too enthused. I know you mentioned this Kelly B, but you know, it's untradeable. I mean, you know, a $4, $5, $6 spread. We've seen this one before. Meanwhile, iBio just continues down here. So if you had a little bit of patience after that uptick, 330 on the short. Oh man, this is kind of my miss. I feel this AVYA. You know, I was watching this right over 16. Now here's another bio, iBio, and then FBio, both moving down. Okay, guys, give me about 5 minutes. 11:35. I should be back by about 11:40. I'll be taking my break pretty soon after that. All right, guys, I'm back, and take a look at the OMI now, guys. Let's see how well it holds 15. It's chopped around a little bit here, but it is over 15 right now. I want to see how well it holds. What was the high? The high was, wow, right up here, 1531. I better stick an alert maybe around 1514. I want to see it leave 15 behind. Market is putting a little bit of a red bar though. This is probably one of those types of stocks that might need a little help from the market. Not moving down at least. It doesn't have to be moving higher, but just not, I don't want to see a big red bar. Boy, there's the short again. You know, look at that consolidation on the fives for IN. And look at that break. All right, I'm still watching this OMI. Just don't like the way the market is kind of drifting down a little bit. Stick an alert out just over 13 for CLSK. See if it takes that out later on. Yeah, just kind of waiting on this OMI. It doesn't look like it really wants to take off, but you never know. So I'm just going to keep kind of waiting on it. Little topping tail there. Yeah, guys, so there's not much happening. I don't have many other alerts triggering right now. Boy, this IN just underneath 5. EYEN. This gets to 490. I might take a little short on this IN. And coming into my break, though, that's the only issue. Just basing. But you can see, I mean, if it has another leg down, I don't know what's going to support this other than the the close of yesterday. And yeah, you got to forget this one, guys. Just forget about it. This Kelly B. I mean, I know. Oh my gosh, how come I didn't get in at 20? We've got a, probably about a $5 or $6 spread. This happens every now and then with this stock. A little more dramatic today, but look at the volume. There's no volume. Meanwhile, ACRS is mini rippage here. Oh, look at the room it's got too. Look left on this daily chart, and room 335. That's the next high looking left. Ooh, I almost shorted it, but it just popped up again. I'm talking about the IN. Just watching how well. Again, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, so I don't think I'm going to get into anything, especially something this. Especially something this crazy. Could be crazy. I mean, you never know what it could do. Well, you don't have to really know too many more details. I mean, halted because of volatility. There's the time it gets halted, and halted because of volatility. I mean, that is almost 99% of halts is volatility. There are volatility halts. It's math. It's basically just math. Gone up a certain amount of time in a certain period of time. Gone up a certain amount in a certain period of time. And it just kicks in. So I don't really know what else you need. Sometimes it'll say news, but I mean, that's all you really need. And there's the halt time. So what more would you need? Well, Most of the time on a volatility halt, it's a 5-minute halt. Okay? Nothing is going to tell you for sure that it's going to be a 5-minute halt. But, again, 90% of the time, even probably higher, it is a 5-minute halt. So once you see the halt, then you can just, add 5 minutes and if it's not a 5-minute halt, typically it's a multiple of 5, so it could be, a 10-minute halt, but usually it's a 5-minute halt. Yes, here is the link. So at noon, oops, went the wrong way, wrong area. So there it is. There's the YouTube link. Interesting one here, guys. GLNG through the 200-day moving average. Nice move. Volume has room. Let's look left on that weekly chart. 1007. If it takes out that 1007, then it's got a lot of room. GLNG. Not sure who's on today. Steve. Okay, Steve Gomez will be on. So he's our Trade of the Week specialist. So he'll be in the YouTube feed from noon to 1. Good morning, Red. Boy, keep an eye on this GLNG. GLNG. Now, through the 200-day, again, as I said before, the high, it's basically at the same. I think 1007 is the same high as, let's go about 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago. Actually, about 2 months ago. That's the week of June the 8th. So if it takes that out, I mean, look left. Well, the resistance rate, I mean, in theory, it's kind of right there, that weekly, this is my, impression. It's the high of that weekly chart, which is, it's right there. After that, it has room. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it has room to the 13 level. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. It's through the 200-day moving average. You might want to use that as a support. All right, guys, I'll be taking my break very soon, so I'm just going to get the announcement in. GLNG, guys, on the move a little bit here. Okay, Steve, I don't know if you're in the room yet. Just waiting for you to get in there. Okay. Okay, I see you in there, Steve. Okay, I'm going to stop my YouTube feed, so we'll see you guys back in the YouTube feed at 1. So Steve will take over from 12 to 1.
Hey, hello. I think you guys got eyes on my screen now. All right. I'm happy to pick up where Barry was leaving off. I know he was talking about GLNG, and I know somebody else just typed that in. I'll give you my 2 cents. I think it, oops, GLNG. I think it is an interesting, sorry about that, trying to read and talk at the same time doesn't work. I think it's an interesting chart because it's moving really nicely. However, if you have not established a position in GLNG, right here might not be the place to do it. I think, Barry is correct when he drew that line. And I see a line too. I see a big move coming up out of here out of 750, pushing up into 10. That's a giant move. That's a 33% move right into big resistance. Probably a bit tired. You know what I'd like to watch for? Let's bring out the old pen. It always helps. All right, let's bring out the pen. What I would wait for is maybe a couple days of patience. You see this moving average? It was riding that moving average down here. If you were positioned there, then lovely. You could be taking profits up here. But the stock certainly is in play going forward. But I think as this moving average comes up, maybe a day or 2 or 3 into that, and then that might be your spot to take another chance. Wait for some consolidation from this big move. Because usually chasing a big move like this, you're either going to suffer consolidation or some sort of a pullback. You could go short, Rick, as you're pointing out there. There's every case in the world, but you're actually shorting, like if you're jumping in a river, you're paddling upstream here. The current is pushing upwards. Sure, you might get lucky to get a little bit of a movement, but if the thing just goes sideways, like I said a moment ago, then that's just frustrating for a short seller. I'd rather short sell something where you're pointing your canoe downstream and riding that current. All right, so I'm looking back here and I see somebody's got a question. And today, when I go to the predefined alerts and choose, let's say, bullish New Year high, I'm still getting the same results for any other alert. Well, let's take a look at something here. I think I know what you might be doing. If we go to a new alert window, if you're talking about over here, these neutral or anything in these file trees here, if that's what you're talking about, I don't really use those, and those are kind of an old legacy function anyway. If I read your question, you're looking for new yearly high. Well, let me show you something that's very easy to create a new yearly high. Right out of the box here, we have our event set to new high. Okay, so follow me on this. New high is your event, but we have this qualifier window here. And if you want a new 52-week high, we're just going to put in 365 days. And no longer are we seeing a new high throughout the day. We are now only going to see a new high if it breaks a 365-day new high. So that's one way to do it. Let me show you another way to do it, which is kind of cool. You don't have to use that box. There's another way we can do it. There is a filter called position in year range, okay? Scroll down 5, 20, 3-month, 9-month. There it is. Position in a 1-year range. So if we add that filter and combine it with our new high, we'll just take off these others so as to not confuse ourselves here. A 1-year low would equal 0. A 52-week high would equal 100. So there's our percentile range. 52-week low to 52-week high. There's going to be a data point for each. 1 equals 0, 1 equals 100. So if 100 is our 52-week high, we could take this filter and say we only want to see new highs at the minimum value of the 100 percentile range. Or maybe we could even take it a step further and 101% if you wanted to. But those are the two ways in which you can take a new high and qualify it, either 365 in that window or use the filter position in year range and make the minimum value 100. That, I suspect, is a better way to go about what you're looking for rather than trying to find some of the old legacy file tree stuff. Looks like the sellers are at least putting up a little bit of a fight here at this level that Barry identified, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that. Good afternoon, Javed. Damien, looking to swing trade. Can you help me with some setups? Yeah, I can help you for sure. To start with, let me take you to a link that is our ebook link. And I'll show you a few things, but it would be great if, and I'll drop that in there for everybody. This is our swing trading ebook that we created. And I will drop that in there. Swing trading ebook, paste. Okay. Now in that PDF, I talk a lot about this scan right here, which is the A table. And I'll drop that scan in there as well. And this is simply just a top list window. And I prefer swing trading. I don't do day trading. Did that a long time ago. I don't prefer it anymore. For many years now, actually. And so this is an interesting list of ideas that's just a very simple setup. And you'll see again in the ebook what's going on. But I've got two things going on here. The stock composite rating, I've got it set at 85 currently, meaning B plus students and A students only in terms of what looks good on a chart, technicals. So with an 85 minimum in the stock composite rating, it's kind of like an IBD rating. It covers many bases and just says, look, show me the charts that are going from lower left to upper right that are probably trending up. And of those, you know, I can change this to 10 right now. Show me the stocks that have at least a minimum short float of 10%. So there's 10% of the circulation being held by short sellers. So what that does is it gives me a combined list of stocks that are strong, but also have high shorts. Like Wayfair has 27% short at last look. It's probably going to be much less because look at the short squeeze that has occurred. Here's a stock making higher lows, trending nicely. Beautiful flatline resistance there. I'm going to erase this and show you. This was what I try to look for. You know, wedges, flags, what have you, sideways consolidation, resistance levels, and then a push through. And once that push through happens, guess what? All of these people that realize they're 27% that are short this stock that's moving higher and causing them pain with each and every green bar, their only option is to buy to get out, to buy to close the position, and they're competing with everybody else to buy to go long, and it becomes a perfect storm that we call a short squeeze. So that's the idea of the A table. It's looking for that. Now, just because there's a symbol on here doesn't mean jump in here and buy it. I have to take it a step further and I have to start looking for consolidation. Well, this is interesting. LPSN, it's not doing anything at the moment, but you know what? At some point, it might want to rise to the occasion and break above this little wedge. And if it does, I will set a price alert and it will alert me. But it still might be a couple of days away because the whole idea, much like our trade of the week, which was derived from this, is a stock that's strong. Not big short, 8% short, but it's riding this 10 period moving average. You guys that tune in on Tuesdays and hear me do my webinars, that's all I talk about. It's my only indicator that I use. The 10 simple moving average on a 15-minute chart and a daily. So things that are looking like this, as long as it's holding on to that moving average, LPSN I was getting at, might be forced higher when this moving average comes up, just like FI was. So I go through here. I don't want to chase that. No, 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 no. Maybe it's starting to try and create a flag or a wedge pattern. You keep our eye on that one. Yeah, this one's kind of moving higher like FI was. Not bad. No, no chase, no chase. This is getting interesting. Okay, so it's creating kind of a back and forth wedge. The moving average is coming up to challenge it. Maybe I might set an alert up here, and it will tell me if the price action does break there, and I can evaluate it. So what I'm doing here to show you guys that asked, especially the person that asked about swing trading, is it's just kind of a 1-2 punch to go through and look at ideas that might be setting up. Grubhub, very interesting idea. Look at it moving sideways. Maybe we come in here and we create a price alert and we say, I want to know if it breaks above that blue line. All right, looking to swing trade. Can you please show us the best gap up and gap down list setup? Well, it's going to be already there for you. I don't even need to click into it. You just need to open your channel bar if you don't have one. Go to New Channel Bar. Scroll down to, where'd it go? Pre-market. If you click into pre-market, you will have gap up and gap down. They are T window, top list windows, and they are very active during the pre-market because that is when the gaps are moving up and down because the market hasn't opened yet. Once the market opens, those gaps will freeze, and if you sort it, that sort will stay frozen for the whole day because the bell rang, the gap has now been printed and set in stone. The only thing that will change would be the change from the open or the change from the close. You can monitor that too. So to answer your question, all you have to do is go to that channel and you'll see. Now what you can do when you're on that channel, you don't have to stay there. You can say, okay, there's the gap up and the gap down. So I'm just going to right click and I'm going to save a copy of that to the cloud. You do that for the up and up one for the down, and then you can move those actual scans. You can move them right into your layout because I'm not on a channel right now. I'm using my default layout, but I'm constantly adding things, whether somebody gives it to me and I share it, or I create it and save my layout, or I go to a channel and save one of the things on the channel. Let's see. How can we set various filters for day trading? Well, you just want to, one of the main best filters I think is relative volume. If you want to go to, let's do this. Who asked that question? If you want to go to the Trader's Vault, it's the one with the key. There it is, Trader's Vault. In there, I've got kind of a working copy of it. There is one that's called Extreme Volume High-Low Pro, and it's going to be in yellow and green, just like this. It's going to be on that channel. And this is kind of a day trading scan. So, GLNG, how about that? We were just talking about that was one of the last things to come through. Currently, on the downside in yellow, look at this. These are momentum stocks moving downward. So your question was, what are some day trading? There's STNE making a new high on volume. So day traders like volume and they like movement. So I'm inviting you to go to that channel, the Trader's Vault, go to configure, and you can start to see what some of the day trading filters are. Specifically, relative volume is an important one. Where it is relative volume? There it is, relative volume 1.1. Change from the close 1%. It's got to be up on the day. That's a good one. And then these are very important too. 1 minute volume and 5 minute volume. This means, excuse me, in the last 5 minute candle that it has done 5 times a normal 5 minute candle for that specific symbol. Over here in the 1 minute candle, it is doing 10 times normal 1 minute candle for that specific symbol. And that's what Trade Ideas does. It monitors each symbol as a separate database and then is constantly looking at the real-time metrics as it surrounds that symbol as time unfolds. Relative volume is looking at the current volume it's doing right now at the time of day, like 12:15 Eastern. 1.5 means it's doing 50% more volume than it normally does for that particular stock at this time of day. So that's a very important day trading metric, because if you're trying to day trade stocks that don't have volume or don't have momentum, you'll see a relative volume value of like 0.6 or 0.7. And I'm going to circle up here. This is where you see that. No matter what I type in, I just close this out. No matter what I type in around here, those values are going to show up on my single stock window. I can look at some different ones and say, oh, that's only doing 1.29. That's doing 0.4 points relative, 2 times relative volume. Oh, so if I was thinking of DQ here, interesting daily chart for sure. Nice looking reversal off the open. But you know what? I wouldn't trust 0.52 necessarily. It's not really screaming volume in motion. So that's what I would say. The volume, 5 minute, 1 minute, relative volume, things like that. Those are very important for day traders. Hello, Mike C. How can I change this A table to an alert window? That's a great question. So let's do this. It's a very good question. My webinar days are pretty much Tuesday. I do this on the noon hour every Tuesday. And then in the afternoon, I do my typical 5 o'clock Eastern webinar for the trade of the week. We'll talk about FI and some other things pertaining to swing trading that we're talking about now. But you asked a good question. The question is, how do you turn this into an alert? Well, I've got 2 answers for you. The first one is simple. I've created this particular one. It's called a jam down, but it's not looking for a new high. It's not chasing things. Let's take a look here. It's actually looking for a new low on a nice looking chart. So I've taken the same concept here. We'll go into filters. We'll look for my score. There it is, 80. My stock composite rating is 80. So all the stocks that come through here are going to be healthy stocks on the daily chart. But I'm looking for a new low, which is interesting because the new low is not necessarily something we want to do on a buy, but my new low is specifically geared to show me the new low at the 10-day moving average. So as I go through these stocks, they're all going to be pretty much alerted to me right there on the 10-day moving average. Okay, look at the blue arrow, pretty much back to flat after dipping below the 10-day moving average a little bit. And this is where I try to trust that buyers are going to step into these nice charts. STMP, back to about the same spot. Is that the same chart? Yeah, no, it's not. All right, this one a little bit more pain, but it's bouncing back. The DQ is pretty close to a good winner there. It touched the 10-day moving average, bled through a bit, and has bouncing back through. I prefer these entries in the morning. Look at this, really nice pullback, FVRR. You don't want to be the one who's buying this up here because there's all this space between that and the moving average. The moving average is where our friends are. They're hanging out to be bidders. And this new low in real time gives me an idea of when it might be a contrarian idea to jump into these. That's the first scenario. The second scenario is probably much more what you're asking about. How do I change this A table to an alert window? Because as you see here, it's just a top list. It's giving me ideas. They're not making new highs or new lows. They're just satisfying the filters every 30 seconds. So let's say we want to know when these particular stocks are actually making a new high on the day. So here's what we would do. We use a feature called Collaborate. You right click. It's like the cloud, but it's not. It's like sharing settings with another filter to build a foundation. So we're going to collaborate, and we're going to copy it all. All right, now it's in our clipboard. We can move forward from there. Let's go to build a new alert window, and all we're going to do is just launch it. So just launch it, and then we can collaborate and paste. All right, so now we have this interesting thing, but it doesn't have an event. So we do a heartbeat, which is kind of a placeholder to say, hey, you know, we're pinging the system, but you really need to replace this with an event. So let's replace it with a new high on the day. All right. And there you go. Now you have all these same stocks in terms of the filter set that hasn't changed from the T window, but you've transposed it into an A window, which requires an event. And so if we go to history, these are all the things that were coming through. Of these stocks, STNE is doing the best right now. I'll be happy to change that back to real time and share that for anybody that wants it. So we'll call that the A table new high alert. All right, can I get Barry's watch list on my custom layout? I don't know. You might have to come back and ask that question, Aaron, maybe in about 45 minutes. He might share that out with you. Can we count the candle tail for price counting purposes to sell the trade? I'm not sure what you mean in what context. Auto trading or discretionary trading? Could we count the candle tail for price? You might have to be more elaborative. I can't speak. Yes, I think you can use the bottom of a tail. If you want to use like the bottom of this tail right here, in this particular example, I'd mark that up and say, yeah, that might be my low of the day. That would be probably a great place to stop. I think I understand. Yes, that's a good method. Can you go back one more time? So I think you mean right click on collaborate. You start with collaborating the A table, and then you save all that. You copy all that. And then you just drop that into a new A window by right-clicking and collaborating and then pasting it. But once you've done that, you're going to have to create an event. And so instead of the heartbeat, which it basically gives you by default when you collaborate, you need to turn that heartbeat off and turn on a new high or a new low. And that way it will work in an alert window. And if we go through today's history, we'll see that earlier today, OSTK was making some highs. Grub, we talked about Grub was making some highs earlier. But these are the same names that are on there, but they're only showing us when they're making a new intraday high. So hopefully that helps. And again, I dropped the cloud code to that second one that I made above. So I called it the A table new high alert. Got it. There's FI. Bouncing predictably right off of that. I mean, it really doesn't get much more definitive than that right there. So I'm long this thing, and when I saw it reverse and pull back, I thought, okay, well, it's going to pull back and probably pick up and catch and touch. As a matter of fact, I don't mind that at all. It's actually kind of like something the algorithms can now check off their box. Has it consolidated and has it pulled back and touched the 10-day moving average? If then, yes, repeat buy, reverse, buy offer. Technically, we might not be there, though. Let's take a look. The low of the day is 49. Oh, yeah, and the SMA is at 48. So, by the end of the day, the SMA might be close enough for algo work. We'll see. We'll see what happens. For some of you that maybe followed me last week, I was loving the stock pause, Pan Am Silver. I'd been riding it, up a lot. I was pretty happy here the other day, but I was not happy when it broke the 10-day moving average on day one. And I said, yikes, I better watch this. And then yesterday, it stayed below a second day, day two, closing below a moving average. It's riding and curling over. Guess what? I got out yesterday at the close. I saved myself a lot of headache. And I'm just reminding myself that sometimes those are the ones that certainly add up in the end, the trades that you got out of, that you are thankful that you got out of. But the reason I got out of it, I was adhering to my rules. I actually gave it an extra day. What is my rule? My rule is I don't like seeing these things close below the 10-day moving average. I gave it an extra day here and it popped back up. I gave it an extra day here, but it closed. A lot of my swing trading decisions are made at the close. During the day, that's noise. The open is extremely noisy. I hate to make decisions on the open, but I will. But excuse me, let me rephrase that. I hate to get out. I hate to make exit decisions on the open because so often they bounce you down and bounce it back and close on highs. So I like to use the closing candle. A lot of my swing trading decisions are made in the last 10 minutes of the day. And yesterday I got rid of that. And I'm certainly happy I did. All right, where are we? How do I filter for tickers down 5 days in a row? Okay, we can do that. I would say let's do consecutive candles. Okay, let's just do a real quick scan here. New alert window. We want new lows. Let's start from scratch. Start from scratch. New low. And here is the operative. Consecutive candles. Show me stocks. Add filter. And here's how we do down days. Here's how we do gap down days. We do a negative value in the maximum column. So let's check our work here. 5. The stock was down at least 5 days in a row. I think that's exactly what you're looking for. All right, so we can add a few more things here. Let's do price. It's always good to know price. We'll do maybe $5 to 500. Average daily volume. Well, let's make sure we're seeing stocks that at least are tradable at 300,000 shares. And other than that, maybe we don't need a whole lot. Let's see what we get. Let's take a look here at our history today. So IPHI better have 5 down days, and look at that, it does. It's got 5 down days on the daily chart. AON, 5 down days. Now remember, these are net change down. There might even be a green candle in there, but if the net change was down, then you're still down. Those seem to be the players today. UCTT was 5 down days. All right, so that should be exactly what you're looking for. How to filter down 5 days in a row. Asia. What is the role of moving averages? The role of moving averages is a waypoint. It's a decision point. It's an area, in my opinion, in which the algorithms can quantify. So back to FI. If the algorithms are looking, you're on a ladder and you're reaching down with your foot trying to find where the next support ladder is, that's how I would view these. Pulling back, getting a footing. That's where the algorithms find the footing. And the point is, I don't know why they work, but if they work, then don't question it, because if everybody and all the machines and all the quants are looking at the same thing, then they work. It's an area of interest, an area of decision, an area of inflection. And on the intraday, let's look at this example. The intraday, I use it on a 15-minute chart to show momentum. Momentum passed. Momentum is intact. Momentum closed, 15 candle closed below, and look at what happened. Fail. All of a sudden it flipped. All of a sudden this line became the lid instead of the floor. And so this is what I was seeing in a bigger picture, right? In pause on the bigger chart when I just showed you in pause. I don't need to spell that out. Let's go back to pause. On the daily time frame, there was that moving average rolling over right there. 2 candles below, forget it. Get me out. Don't even give me the opportunity. Don't give them the opportunity to gap me out and hurt me. Same thing happened in TLT. I sold this as well. I was being a little bit defensive, but I saw that close, second close below, a rolling over. Once that momentum of 10-day moving average starts to roll over and the price action gets underneath it, it's been caught by it, and the price has a hard time getting back above it. So if you're long, use that to get out. That saved me a lot too. All right, how to use the AI to trade. All right, so that's probably a good segue. So you've heard me just talk about the 10-day, 10-period moving average and why I like it and why I think it's very important during the day. So let's go through and take a look. The AI gives you ideas in real time, and they're nothing more than entry ideas. I think I'm going to spend today talking in my afternoon webinar about another way to look at the entry. Rather than taking the exact entry, here's a perfect example right here. Rather than taking the exact entry of the AI, which would be this blue arrow on that blue line right there. So we'll call that 7104, exactly what it is. But what if, this is a pretty good stock, good relative volume, it's above 1. What if I use my method to buy this stock, and I wait and I wait and I wait. Hey, look at this. There's my friends. There's my support friends at the 10 period moving average, which just so happens to be the stop. So this is probably going to be a great example for this afternoon's webinar. Um, yeah, you can take the entries, but you've really got to be aware of where this moving average is. And if you feel like you missed that entry, well, just keep an eye on these things, because maybe an hour later, just like here, if you bought this thing at 70, whatever that is, whatever that line is, you're up. You're up in the trade when everybody else isn't. And it's just the way it works out. You know, we don't know what's going to happen once the trade triggers. Let's look for another example. That was a long. Let's look at another long. Okay. Not a bad one here. It was a pullback. I really like the ones that pull back. This one is called Mighty Mouse, so it's the ones that are under $10. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's not. It's why the hell is Mighty Mouse buying a $91 stock? I need to ask. Hold on a second. I need to qualify this because I am confused. I'll get back on my train of thought here. Okay, so we're looking at the Lite, L-I-T-E. AI said buy it at 91.35. It was back here, but let's scroll back a little bit. This is what it looked like. This moving average is way down here. Maybe you're like, that's a lot of distance. Maybe I'll wait and see what happens to that moving average. Okay, it's going sideways. I'm not missing anything yet. Look at that. Look at how that, as soon as that moving average came into play, I'll do that again. You're watching. Here comes that moving. Maybe I'll take it. Oh, might have been too late. So here we are now. We are now at test 2.0. It's pulled back again. Ideally, it should bounce off that moving average. If it doesn't, then you get out. The question was how to trade the AI, and this is how I would suggest it. Now we're on the short side. So we're looking for price to go down. The same exact thing just happened here, but to the reverse. Let's play the same game. Short the stock right there, but the moving average is way up here. Maybe I'll just wait and see what happens when these two intersect. Waiting. Maybe I missed it. Oh, maybe I didn't. Waiting. Oh, here comes that line. Maybe I should jump in short now. And it looks like this trade might develop as long as the price stays below that moving average. So I will go through more of this in the afternoon session when these ideas maybe marinate a bit more. But that's how I would do it. Another beautiful example, PEIX. Okay, let's look again. I like the fact that it was a pullback buy. There's a big red candle. We're stepping in, but there's still a lot of moving average. And the stop is even in that airspace between the moving average. I don't like that. Let's wait and watch and see how that develops. Whoop, sideways. Here comes that moving average. Maybe we jump in now. Tested the moving average. Boom, bounced off it. Everything's all systems are go right there. How to move the chart sideways. I'm doing two things here. I'm scrolling with my mouse and no control key. If I go back and reset it, and I hold my control key and spin the mouse, now I'm zooming. So control key does the zoom. No control key just gives you a backwards timeline. How do you set an alert that a stock crossed below the 10 period? So it's right. Well, you do the same thing, Debbie. I'll just show you. You need to go find the filter that's called change in 10 SMA 15 minute. This is the daily SMA, so you need to find the change SMA 15 minute and then set the same parameters. Do like a 0.1% negative minimum and maybe a positive 0.1% or 0.05% positive in the maximum. That's your little window right there, a little slice at the 10 period moving average. I was just showing the right person what is the deal with that light trade. Mighty Mouse strategy shouldn't be over $10. All right, let's catch up here. Debbie, you might also want to do a new 15-minute low instead of a new low on the day. Try that. Just convert everything to 15 minutes. Can you tell me to buy trade entry price and sell entry safe exit? That's what I've been talking about, Javid. I've been using the 10-day moving average on the daily chart and the intraday. If you see things that are way too far above GLNG, as Barry was talking about, if you're going to be buying way up here in this candle, you have a lot of space. I'm saying you have a lot of space between the price. Oh, geez, I didn't mean to do that. Let's try this again. A lot of space between the current price and that support line. So if you're buying up here, you're risking a big pullback at any point. That's all I'm trying to say. If you can just kind of grasp on that, then it gets better. The sideways action, this moving average, there's no one right way to do it. I really can't tell you one right way to do it. I can tell you where the safer place is to do it. And that's what I'm trying to highlight, is using that 10 SMA. No, there's no alert out of the box, Debbie, that will do that. You'd have to use a 15-minute low and use that configuration. All right, we did that. Somebody's asking me about the chart in Mesa, I'm assuming. Oh, yeah, look at that. So there's maybe a good example, and maybe that's why you bring it up. Stock gapped up, let's play the game. Did you buy the open and feel like you're going to fear of missing out? You bought up here when the moving average is way down here, but if you just waited, look at that, you would have got shaked out pretty hard with that little low. And where did that low correspond? Yeah, it corresponded to the 10 period. Test number 2. Boom. That's where your entry could be, right there on something like this. So be careful on these gap ups jumping in on the first tick. There's a lot of noise in the first hour. Wait for that moving average to come up and see how the two marry, the price and the moving average. Are they happy? Are they bouncing like a trampoline, or are they bleeding through and closing? Then don't take the trade or get out. All right, we did the chart. What keeps you in swing trades? Yeah, the moving average will keep me in a swing trade, Damien, but also if I get a big move, like a 10% move, which is typically like a day or a day and a half, the perfect swing trade is a big push upwards, big candle, like 6-7%, and then follow through the next day. And then I try to get out in the morning of the following day. If I can, get 10%. It doesn't have to be a round number of 10, but a big giant candle with some follow through on the next day. I like being that first person that starts selling in the morning, not sticking around and being greedy. So that's what keeps me in the trades. But also, yes, the moving average will keep me in the trade. I talk about that all the time on the intraday time frame. If I'm thinking about taking profits, let's say I'm thinking about taking profits here. I'm going to probably wait until this thing bleeds back down through the 15-minute 10 SMA. I don't use the smart stop very often. I just use my own. Those are just guidelines for general. If you got to put a number on something, we quantify the average true range, a little bit of volatility, and some other secret sauces, and it's a suggestion. But I use my own 40,000 hours of watching price action. I've got my own way of doing things. No, there's no alert out of the box for that, Debbie. You'd have to configure that. Then you'd have to use your filters. If you don't want to see all stocks, you have to use your filters to determine which ones you want to see. Maybe give it a nice score rating on the daily chart. Volume filters, position above ranges, position above moving averages. It's going to be above. It's up to you. It's whatever you want to make it, but there's no out of the box for that. That's what Trade Ideas is. It's a giant palette, and you've got to kind of put the brushes on a few different colors and mix them together. All right, I think we're caught up. I'm trying to build an alert for a stock that fails at the opening. So do you mean it gaps up and then fails and then rallies back to the high of pre-market? A couple of thoughts on that. if you were to do a new alert window, and I can show you the ones that are gapping up and failing down to the high of pre-market, but then you say and then. The moment you say and then, we have a problem because you're starting to write like an algorithm, a code, and we're just filtering for an event with filters. So the first thing you do is you get your gap filter going. So stocks that gapped up in a percent, so you'd add that filter and say, show me stocks that maybe gapped up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%, whatever you want. However, the alert is going to be a new low, not a new high. So we're seeing stocks that gapped up, but now they're making a new low. Kind of like I'm in Hertz. Let me change this. Let me just launch that for the moment. Hertz gapped up today, and then boom, failed. Let's see where it was in the pre-market. Okay, the pre-market high looks like it was way up here, so a little bit different, but nonetheless, it gapped up, and then if your high to pre-market was down in this range, we have one more filter we can do. So gap up, new low, but then you want to have a filter that's called I'm just going to do pre-market. Here it is. Below pre-market high. So we use below pre-market high, but if you do 0, what does that say? The price is below. It's not below. I'm sorry. Hang on a second. Let's do. I think below pre-market high. How many cents below pre-market high? I think it's 0. We don't want it to be below pre-market. We want it to be right at pre-market high. Zero to 1. Let's see. The price is no more. Okay, the price is no more than 1 cent below today's pre-market high. So this gives you a general idea of a stock making new lows, and then it'll show you when it's in roughly this area. You'd have to play around with that filter. So that's the closest we could get to something like that. What parameters for moving average change from SMA? So if you wanted to use my jam down, for instance, I'm saying show me stocks making a new low at the 10-day moving average, but here's how I've quantified it. Oh, it's giving me a histogram. No more than 0.1% below, and no more than 0.05% above. I could change that to just be uniform like that. So 0.1% above and 0.1% below. That's my window of where I'm going to see new lows. Just reassign that. So I think that's what you were asking. All right, I'll be here for another 15 minutes or so until Barry comes back. Looks like the questions panel is open. Can you share the jam down alert? Yeah, I can. I thought I did, but people do come late. So I will grab that. And I was playing around with somebody who wanted to play only micro caps. So I did the same thing, jam down junior, but it's only micro caps. Stocks that are pulling back to their 10 period. Look at that, it pulled back on the lows there. These are 4-cent stocks. That's pretty funny. BNGO pulled to its 10 period moving average and bounced. And nope, this one pulled to its 10 period and bled through. But, I was just experimenting with some micro cap ideas for somebody who likes to trade that. VXRT. It did just blast off. Let's look at the data points here. Its relative volume is okay. I mean, it's not great, but it could be definitely picking up because our 5-minute volume is 6 times normal and our 1-minute volume is 12 times normal. So there definitely is activity going on in there. I usually don't go to a smaller time frame, but just to see what a 5-minute looks like. Oh, come on. Sometimes I'll do this. On my 15-minute, I will change my 10-minute to a 5-minute because sometimes they really want to go higher quickly. If this thing pulled back to this 5-period moving average, I know I don't use that a whole lot, but when things are really in motion like that, it's always something to consider. Because if you wait for the 10-period, sometimes you might miss out. Could be a while. All right. Oh, ADMS for the chart. Third day of big movement. Well, it's recovered. It's intraday. You know, there was the moment it lost its momentum yesterday, and it spent a lot of 15-minute candles under that line. A good 6 or 7 tests. And all of a sudden, this guy decided to close back above that line. And what do you know? Now, it's literally binary. You know, are you being supported by the 10 period or are you being repressed by the 10 period? At the moment, it's being supported. I could probably do different colors on that. Anyway. Do many people use trade ideas for options? Well, here's how they would use trade ideas for options. If they see something they really like on a scan, probably maybe a 52-week high or a swing trading long-term type scan, or after, you know, a nice move, maybe they don't want to buy the stock, maybe they just want to buy the options. At that point, it's up to your discretion, you know, to translate the trade into an options trade, because I will show you that the only real tools we have when it comes to options is if you go to the search tab and type in the keyword options, we're basically monitoring options call and put volumes in real time. So if something's jumping off the page at 3 times normal options call contracts, chances are it's probably giving us a good relative volume reading as well and things like that. So there's a lot of overlapping filters, and I think some of our options filters could probably overlap on some of the other momentum scans that we have. But I know people that do use trade ideas for swing trading, looking for ideas. Again, like maybe I told you, as I told you earlier, this particular scan is looking for short squeezes. Maybe somebody was really smart and they saw Wayfarers at the top of the list here with almost 27, 28% of the float circulation of stocks being held by short sellers. There's only an infinite amount of shares. In this case, it's 60 million, and 27% are being held by shorts. Well, let's play our time machine game here. If somebody was looking at this saying, wow, you know, I think there's a big short squeeze coming in Wayfair because there's still a giant amount of shares outstanding that are short. Big consolidation here. If I was short and it broke to the high end of this consolidation, I know I would probably want out. Well, you're talking yourself through a trade strategy and a game plan formulation, which is great. At that point, somebody could have said, you know what, I'm going to make this an options play. I'm not going to buy the stock. I'm going to go for some serious leverage here because I have conviction in this trade. And if they did, they had themselves a really nice trade because that was a big move in a short amount of time. Yeah, Sean trades options a lot, and he's always happy to discuss. So you missed Sean by a day. If you come back on Mondays, Sean is in here talking his knowledge, which is tremendously options based. Yeah, it's just a very funny story. Wayfair was hated by people. That's why it had so many shorts. It was just probably getting lost in the shuffle of retail. And then a funny thing happened. COVID. People needed furnishings and they didn't want to go into a store. Wayfair, what do you know, had positioned themselves for incredible augmented reality shopping. How does this cutting board look in my kitchen? Looks pretty damn good. Buy button. And all of a sudden, the shorts missed the game, and they're late to realize that they've missed the game, that COVID has declared Wayfair a big time winner. There you go. Got two people connecting there. Debbie's happy to email you some information that she's been garnering over the months. I'm currently giving this one a chance. It's a small time miner. I did not sell it. Again, I talked about pause. I sold pause yesterday. Pause is a big high time flyer. It's gotten ahead of itself. But something like TGB used to be a high flyer, but it's not anymore. But I think it's coming back on the radar after being down to 20 cents. Still under $1. But looky here. I'm just watching this type of action. I'm really hoping that it does not challenge me and close below that 10-day moving average, which is basically right where we bounced on the open this morning, right off the 10-day moving average. So far, so good on that little guy. Yeah, thank you guys. You know, every 24 hours we have a different person on here kind of giving a different flavor of what they see. So you get a lot of different perspectives on how to use this product at noon Eastern every day. Somebody was asking, my nephew was asking me about this one. Um, Doing great. I mean, it broke. You had to be patient. I literally was in this, and guess where I got out. I'll give you guys one guess of where I got out in this box. Where do you think I got out? If you guessed this candle, you'd be right. All right. I fully expected. Let's play the time machine game. Fully expected good things right there. Beautiful sideways action, little shape like a bird in the hand ready to take flight. Nope. So they got out. Patience paid off, however, and here we are. So you don't want to be the guy who's going to say, hey, it looks safe, let me buy it now. You're just asking for a pullback to this rising 10 period at some point. But notice intraday what it's giving us. There's our gap up, and there is our intraday confirmation. This thing still wants to move higher, and we're being tested here again at the moment. Does this thing want to move higher? Now, granted, it's had a good 2.5, maybe 2-3 days of good movement. I would not be surprised to see momentum start to slip right here midday, and you're going to start to see the swing traders like myself who are looking for 10, 12% moves saying, I mean, this is a perfect example of I mentioned earlier. This is how I would use the 10 period if I'm itching to take my profits. I don't want to try and squeeze as much out, and I didn't take them on highs. I'm literally going to wait for this 15-minute candle to close, and once it closes below this rising 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, that is my signal to get out. I do it each and every time. There's just no fret. There's no way to look back. It's super easy. Granted, that's when I'm itching to take a profit. a profit. All right, guys, I'm on the mute button because I swallowed something down my throat that I shouldn't have. So I'm gonna go get a drink of water and say thanks for the comments. Barry's back streaming now, so I will cut off and I'll see you guys next time.
Down is a potential short. That's why they're called up and down. So this really actually rebounded though. Had a nice move down, but it has had a nice rebound now. That's okay. Now this is another one of those crazy ones. BFRA. Yeah, I mean I know they're showing up on the halts resumes, but I mean you just have to shy away from it. I mean the spread is awful all the time. The only reason I'm bringing it up is because I know it's showing up on the halts resumes. Now, a lot of continuation. Well, the OMI, 1475. I mean, it did get up to 1537, but it was choppy. Not a lot of what from the ones that I had here. I mean, these worked early. OMI, play, WBT. I don't really think took out 8 that much, and then the CLSK. I mean, it had to be fast. I mean, it did get up to 1360. And then these did work. PEC was not shortable for me. So it's just that there was no continuation. So you had to be watching, you had to get in, you had to get out. So you can have excuse me, you can have access to all of the scans that you see. I share everything. This is not like these are my scans, so I will share them with you. Yes, but when you say is this the scanner, there's no such thing as the scanner. All right. But again, all here, if you click on the scans tab, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing, including the ones that you see on the screen. See, like, look at the OMI. I mean, for all the OMI should have, I mean, I quote unquote should have kept going. It's got a lot of room, should have kept going, but it just, now the market is putting a little, it may be tracking, the market a little bit too closely too. I'm assuming I'm back in the YouTube feed. All right, well, I'll be doing my video pretty soon, about 5 minutes from now. Then at 2 o'clock, we do have our marketing meeting. It's Tuesdays. Okay, one moment, please. It's an impossible question that you've asked. I mean, it depends. It depends how Listen, how many shares you buy is going to be, it's not so how many shares you buy, it's how much you're willing to risk per trade. And that is going to be a direct correlation to your account size. So, if you're going to, you can't obviously risk $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. Things like that. So it's not how many shares, because the shares you buy will be determined where your stop is and how much you're willing to risk. So to give you an idea, if you bought a stock at $10 and the stop was at $9.90, not because you're just saying, well, I'm going to use a 10-cent stop every trade, but because on the chart there was looks like there's good support at $9.90, and I'm just trying to make the math easy. So that's say 10 cents away. So if you were going to risk $100 every trade, then in that particular case, you could buy 1,000 shares. 1,000 times 10 cents, the risk equals $100, as an example. Yeah, I know you guys were talking about it. There's a great red bar ignored there too. Great red bar ignored. You want to copy it, especially if it keeps going higher. And it's all started right back here. Look at the volume that came in. 6 million shares. Wow. Right on that 15 minute. Well, you're always going to have losses trading. Okay. The key is to keep your losses to a minimum. Obey your stops. Keep your losses to a minimum dollar amount. Don't go into a trade saying, okay, my account size says I can risk $100, and the trade goes against you, and you're down 100, but you get stubborn, and you say, my stop was probably too tight, so, and plus the setup looked really, really good, so it's probably going to go back up, and then of course it starts moving down. Now you're down 150, and you keep not selling because getting out of the trade because you're stubborn. I don't mean you, but I mean a person. And we've all done it. We've all done it. So that's the major obstacle that most new traders have to overcome. Recognizing that not every trade is going to work. Have a manageable stop or a loss amount you're going to risk, and get out of the trade if it works against you. You can always get back in. Your setup might have been good. Maybe it was just a little bit early or something. Candles and the volume. Well, I mean, you can see right here. Well, it's not a 100% of the time, but look at the volume that came in. You see that volume? That's the volume bar. And look at the candle. Is it 100% of the time, but 95% of the time? You get a big volume burst like that, more than likely you're going to have a candle like that, an increase in price. So there is a correlation generally. Now, you will see sometimes where you get huge volume and the stock doesn't move. I mean, that's another situation, but typically you get big volume like that, the stock is going to move. Yeah, so you're asking me, Rohit, I mean, I'm not an investment advisor. My I don't know if you're kidding or not, but my whole thing is that did you have a stop? You bought at 85, the stock is down to 70. Did you have a stop? My guess is that you don't, and well, it's not a strategy. We one of the things we talk about here a lot is never adding to a loser. Okay, so, but I'm not going to tell you to get out of it. I'm just not an investment advisor like that. So you have your answer from me. I never add to a loser. All right, guys, I am going to do my video right now. So I'll be back at about, let's see, about 125. Well, again, I don't know if you're kidding. I never add to a loser, ever. So, I mean, if a stock is, if I buy a stock at 10 and it moves down to 9.95, I'm not adding to it, ever. That's me though. And of course, if it's a loser in terms of taking out my stop, I'm never adding to it. Practice trading, yes. Use our simulator before you commit money to the market. Okay, I gotta go, guys. I do have to do my video, so All right, guys, I'm back. I see that ONCS really took a dive again. ONCS, it triggered or had a price alert set down here. Let's see, Hall. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I like to see it really break out though, and on volume. As you know, volume, volume, volume. Without any volume, nobody's going to get too interested. Yeah, nicely done, Real. I know you were talking about this Cara short up here. Well done. All right, I'm just catching up to some of the questions. Well, again, if you're going to buy a stock, it has to come from a pattern or some reason, right? So, I mean, I can't tell you. I was looking at Hall as an example. Whoops. I'm looking at Hall as an example. I'd like to see some volume come in. I mean, it may move without the volume, and it's already kind of extended. For me, I would want this to rest right here as an example for Hall. I would want that to rest right there. And it may not. I mean, it may keep going. It may not do what I want it to do. That's just the way it is. It's moving higher and higher on no volume. So it doesn't give me a lot of confidence that this is going to be maintained. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that it rested a bit here. Rested, consolidated even 2 or 3 bars. And then it had some volume. I'd probably take the trade as an example. And I put my stop, at the low of one of those 5-minute candles as an example. But I'm not taking this. I'm not taking it unless there's volume. I'm going to clear this right now. Start a little earlier. You can make automated trades if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account in order to make automated trades. Well, as discussed before, I mean, look at the VXRT. You can answer your own question almost. I don't know who asked it, but look at the volume that came in. Do you think that influenced the share price? I mean, look at that volume for VXRT that came in. You know, even earlier. I mean, even that one right there, comparison to the rest of the day, and then it got crazy. Okay, but I mean, of course, that's going to affect usually it's going to affect the share price when you get a dramatic increase in volume. Okay, our friend is back, Real. We have to be diligent. I accidentally just deleted the chat, not the poster. There we go. Is this today's chart? Well, yes. I mean, this is a 5-minute, 15, daily, weekly, monthly. Aha, the SPY is putting a little move in now, guys. The SPY is putting a little move. Now, this is not right, of course. I know I have been frozen. But the SPY's putting in a move here. And, you know, look at this. I mean, we're almost, incredible as it may seem, we're almost at the lifetime high for the SPY, just at the height of the, well, just before the pandemic. All right, let's take this CLSK on this little bottoming play right here. This is in the simulator. Take a couple hundred shares. I can go into the market. Spread's not bad. Okay, so I just took a couple hundred shares, 1131. And if I wanted to put a very tight stop, I put it at 1105. Pretty tight stop. 1105. So there it is right on the chart. If I want to put some kind of a target, okay, I'm just kind of making these up. I don't put targets, but a lot of people like to see a target. So there's a target now on the screen. There it is. So now, of course, these can be moved. As I always say, if it starts working well, you can use this stop as a trailing stop. Just keep moving it up and up and up. Well, there are a lot of ways. There's a volume 1 minute, volume 5 minute, 10, 15%. So if you put as an example, you know, something pretty excessive, volume 1 minute percent, minimum say 1,000. That means that 1 minute candle is related in relation to previous 1 minute candles is going to be, you know, it'll probably be very, very noticeable on the chart. Things like that. As an alert. As an alert, high relative volume, 1 minute volume spike, strong volume. You know, we've got a bunch of right there as an alert. So there are ways for sure. He must have had another one then. Yeah, because I banned him also and deleted the post. Yeah, there is some volume coming in. There is some volume now. Well, stop loss is when you will get out of the trade. Okay, that is exactly when you'll get out of the trade if you obey your stop. A trailing stop is okay. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you get in at 10 stock and your stop's at 990. The stock moves to 1020. You trail you move your stop up, and that's what's called a trailing stop. You keep moving it up, so you're trailing the current price with a stop. I like to, I don't automate anything, all right, but a lot of people want trailing stops as a certain dollar amount or a certain percentage. And my opinion is that what I'd be doing is, let's just say this trade starts working. So there's my stop at 1105. Okay, right on the chart. You see that line right there. Let's just say the trade starts working and it moving up. I would then do this. I would move my stop up right on the chart. Okay, I would just keep moving it up. Use that as a trailing stop. Now, where are you moving it to? You should be, in my opinion, you should be moving it to areas of potential support. So that if it broke down through that support, that's where you'd want to get out of the trade. It's not just moving it up, like 5 cents or 10 cents or some arbitrary figure. Well, I am pretty sure you can. I've never had a trailing stop over like for the next day. Certainly a stop, but I'm sure a trailing stop, especially on the chart. I'm sure it can be in place the next day. I don't automate anything really, guys. So yeah, good till cancel. There you go. There's that OMI again. It's been a little choppy, but I just it's not as bad looking on the 15-minute. Not great on a 5-minute chart. It just sort of, but there's the pullback, little pullback, but we are making higher lows. That's about all I can say. The chart on IR. I think I think what happened here is that they either did I know this is not a real drop on bad news or anything like that. Probably was a reorganization or a spin-off. This is an IPO, I guess, HWM. How Met Aerospace. So this is now making well, maybe it isn't. God, I wish I knew. This is, it's either sometimes with IPOs or stocks that have assumed a symbol or a stock that has just basically changed symbols, they look like IPOs. Ooh, this is look where this one is breaking down. ADVM. on that weekly chart. Look at this on the daily, breaking down all of this. This is an earnings play. Didn't really see it until right now. And look at it on the weekly chart. This has got room to run down. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, so this is now ADVM. I'm back. ADVM comes down or keeps moving down. Well, I mean, we have all sorts of different traders in the room. Okay, some are swing, some are day, some are. Well, I guess you can only be well, some are longer term swings, some are short swings, and some are day traders. So we have a lot of different traders in the room. Me personally, I'm obviously more of a day trader. I shouldn't say obviously, but because if you don't know me, you don't know me. But I did hold play overnight. Oops. Yeah, I do normally get it, yes. But as I said, I did hold play overnight. Swing scalper, yes. Meanwhile, I should have hopped on that short. ADVM is just, I mean, there's so much room underneath here. Let's see if it takes out 16. Whoa, no kidding. I wonder if, was that real? I don't mean real, but was that real? You know, I see these guys advertising still, and I just cannot believe their share price. Travago, problem is with Travago, as always, look at that 200-day moving average right above it. So this is not going to move unless it really takes that 200-day. A lot of volume today, though. A lot of volume. You know, look at the volume. compared to all those previous days. So there's a big volume surge today, but the 200-day is just not going to allow it to go through, I don't think. The NK trade or NK, maybe it's changed symbols or something. Okay, well, I see NK. This is today, so don't know what to say. I just loaded it and there it is. You sure you're typing in NK? Not something else accidentally? I mean, it's obvious that it's here. Every other chart is loading. And it loads into IB, so it's still a valid symbol. That's too weird for me, JB. I don't know what to say. I mean, obviously it is loading here. Try it again. NK. NK. There it is. And it loads into IB, so it's still a valid stock. Yeah, but are others loading? Just NK. It's the only one that's not loading. Well, that's too bizarre for me. I don't know what to say. Anybody else not able to load NK on in their charts? Well, I wouldn't do that. I mean, if other charts are loading, I mean, if you're able to type in, say, Macy's, and it's loading, then it's, that doesn't make any sense. Really? NK not loading. How's that possible? You know what, guys? This might turn into a short, GLNG, but I don't know how great a short it would be. But there is a green bar ignored. There's probably some support around 970, so not a lot, but that is a green bar ignored. There's a downtrend, green bar, engulfed by the previous red candle, and the next candle is red. Boy, ADVM just continues down here. Visa? You mean the stock? No, I don't trade. I don't trade stocks this price range, so I haven't. Yeah, it's a terrible. Sorry, I don't mean, but it's a really awful looking daily chart. Ugh. I mean, look at this chop: up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Yeah, I just don't see how you. I mean, on a daily basis, hey, you can make money trading Visa on a daily basis. with the choppiness, fantastic. I don't know if you're buying the stock or you're buying options or what you're doing, but you know, this ONCS might continue now down. I mean, it had that little pop. You know, I was short in here, covered, had the pop. There is maybe the support, you know, there. But I mean, other than that, if it takes that out, I mean, this looks like something, I can't remember what the news was. ONCS, I'm just looking at my notes. I don't even see any notes for it. So it's presenting today. I don't think so. Maybe in an upcoming build, but I don't think so. Let me just see. Yeah, there's no way in the charts. It would be under properties. There's no. Well, guys, believe it or not, I'm looking at an HWM short here. Having a tough time getting through 19. Has some room down to about 15 or 1860 or 1870-ish. I do have a... Oh, ADVM did not bounce at all. Look at this, down through that. Oh, wow, down through 16 now. Should have hopped on it when I first mentioned it. That was about 60 cents ago. I think what he's drawing fib extensions. Oh, geez, look at this collapse. Ooh, like from consolidation, at around 16.93. So there's about $1. Retracements, not extension, sorry. Now, even though this came in as a potential long in my watch list, watching the market, what the market's also doing, market is now taking out that green candle. I missed this one. No, I know I did not. 147. Oh, I did miss it. 143. So lots and lots of volume. Now, here's the problem. For me, if you're wondering, well, why wouldn't I take the trade? And got the alert, 147. There was the price, $1.43. Look at the volume, tremendous volume coming in. So what's the problem? The problem is that it's not coming from consolidation at all. You're in chase mode right now. Had that, happened right there, in that candle, maybe. So just because I get an alert doesn't mean I just hop into the trade. That's what I'm always saying. You have to take a look at the pattern it's coming from. So right now you're in chase mode, even though the volume is fantastic. Now, for William, he looks at that and goes, this is probably capitulation of some sort. No setup, no trade, exactly. And some of these, of course, are not showing up. Like fun is showing up now. I have a minimum count of 30. So what that count refers to is a number of new highs. So, it just only made 32 right now. But again, it's another one that's kind of running away. Well, I can't speak for other traders, Al. I mean, I can only speak for what I do. Why other traders would be, chasing it? I mean, it started right there, and all of a sudden it builds momentum, and fear of missing out. People get excited, and you get people who will chase. It's that simple. Well, they could be, or just people not obeying their plans. I mean, I could do it, I suppose. I mean, I guess I'm not a new trader, and I could go, oh, what the heck? Let's see what happens. Okay, as long as I have a stop in place that I'm willing to get out, knowing I shouldn't chase it. So I put a very tight stop on just in case. I suppose there are traders like that too. That's not me, but I can't speak for every trader out there. One of the best attributes you can have as a trader, and Real has said it a million times, is patience. Don't take the trade unless it's the proper setup. Don't trade out of boredom. I'm not in a trade. I got to get in a trade. I have to be in a trade all the time. Have patience. So now listen, this one, I mean, now let's take a look though also on the charts. So to me, even if that had to come out of consolidation up here, when I look at the charts, this is what I see. I see, well, $1.50. Now, 50-cent levels, in my opinion, for stocks under $5 can be psychological levels to break. Not unlike whole numbers are psychological numbers to break. So when I look at this, I would have thought, okay, even if I got into this trade, even if it was out of consolidation and some decent volume, I'd be a little bit reluctant because I would see this 150 up here. Okay, so meanwhile, Omer continues. Omer is an oh my, look at this. So it had a little bit of actually a big pop, almost a dollar. But I mean, this is just a disaster stock, disaster earnings, which you wouldn't have thought. I mean, yesterday, I mean, it got up. I mean, remember this stock got up to almost $26, $25.50. Sold way off, and then when the market opens, it just continued down. I mean, it's amazing the temperament of traders because okay, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. This was an earnings play. I'm sorry. This was an earnings play after hours. So I'm wrong. I thought earnings was yesterday, but it was after hours. So I'm actually wrong. Okay, thank you, William. That's the reason. Okay, guys, I am going to put myself on mute. I will be in a... Look at Ceph, guys. Even this one, Ceph. This is an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Sprott Physical Gold and Silver Trust Units. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I will be in a marketing meeting starting very soon, so I'm going to put myself All right, guys, I'm back, and you can probably guess that I am short HWM. HWM, mentioned that one quite a bit earlier. Sorry, HWM was sort of a failed break of 19. I know it came in my watch list of 1897. I kept watching this, so I'm short right around here, 1888. Taking some out. You know, look at the volume. Look at the volume that just has come in. Oh my goodness. I don't know if that's going to be good or bad for me. So you brought 1.5 million shares. You know what, guys? I'm finding this little basic new highs and lows. The lows near the end of the day are starting to give us some really good ones. I almost feel like what I should do is do a clear of this one also, and just watch these lows near the end of the day. I mean, look at the Sorrento is on the way down. The Omer continues. Um, the S-Jol, the CEF, some really interesting ones. Look at Vivo. My goodness. Vivo had earnings on the 7th. Disaster. Absolute disaster. Continued yesterday. Continuing a little bit today. Look at silver, guys. We've got a couple of silver plays, the PSLV, CEF, and the S-Jol. And silver, as long as silver continues like this, look at this. So that's the CEF, that's the S-Jol, and the PSLV. I'm sorry, well, this is a gold. I'm sorry, but gold I'm sure is the same. Yeah, gold is just the same as silver in terms of the market. I'm definitely going to keep an eye. I have been watching it, don't get me wrong, over the last couple of weeks, but I'm finding this giving us a lot of really good alerts on the downside. Boy, the gold and silver are just getting trounced a bit here. What is this one? FULC, even the G-Sky. G-Sky, the only reason I didn't hop on the G-Sky is if you look at the daily chart, it looks like there's a lot of support right around this 470 area. So I did not want to hop on that one. So this Sprott physical silver, we've got CEF, we've got PSLV, and we've got the other one, SGOL. And that's gold, sorry. That is gold, obviously, because it says GOL. But this has been just that. Look at this. I mean, I saw this one up here in 1975. I thought, never really seen this one before. Now again, I'm stuck here, so this is not really the Dow nor the SPY. I guess the SPY is still mildly positive. Is that correct? It's closed here, so it's mildly positive. Yeah, key area for this DMPI. I mean, you can see right there, 153 is the high, right there. 150 is the high there. It got to 153 again, so it basically touched that high. Listen, if we get some volume, if we can rest here for a bit, Okay. And then we get a big volume burst taking it through 153. That could be a great end of day trade because look how much room it's got. Look left on that monthly. No, I'm sorry, on the weekly. Look left on that weekly. The next high is 245. So we'll have to see. You know, all we can do is wait and see if we get the setup that we want. Is that right, Don? Wow. Yeah, silver futures just getting trounced, gold and silver. Did NVAX bounce? Not really. Well, look at this one. So look where it is. What's the low right there? 910. So it's below these lows right there. Look at this one, FULC. Look out below. If this continues, the spread is it's a dime spread. FULC. It is an earnings, August 11th pre-market. So it is an earnings play. Didn't really do anything. I'm sorry, pre-market. So it's right here. Tired. So there was a reaction right there, pre-market. I'd love to see that spread tighten up. I mean, it is breaking down a big area right there. I mean, look underneath. It's got a ton of room. I mean, it's down 47%. I get it. But who's going to step in and buy now? William, yeah. How do I know? Because it's right there. I mean, okay, the tan area is pre-market on our charts. That's the tan area right there. The mauve area, the little mauve area you see here is after hours yesterday, post-market yesterday. All right, so it's tightened up a bit. It's a 3-cent spread right now. What I would have rather seen, of course, is that the ask moved down to the bid, but the bid has moved up to the ask. Of course, any of these right now, even though these are small ones and they tend to trade on their own, you don't go completely against the market. The market is now it's put in a bottoming tail, but let's see if this downtrend continues. All right, so I have to put an alert down here. Around 889 for FULC. See if this is just a momentary pop up, takes this out because it has no support. And way below, of course, the 200-day moving average is irrelevant now for it. I was almost, during that marketing meeting, I was looking at ONCS at 50 cents, at 50-cent level. So it is starting to, would it surprise anybody if this went negative? ONCS after the big, this is 545, big percentage drop now for ONCS. All right, QRTEA. QR, look at this. Okay, guys, this is now another, this is three, what time is it? 2:37. So another 8 minutes for this candle. But now we've got three pretty decent 15-minute candles down now. So this can help shorts if you're, love to see this one get back down to 890 or so. Get that spread tightened up. And then take a short around 890, put a $9 stop on it. Not a $9, a 10-cent stop on it. You know, I tried to get a short of CPRX, but I couldn't get it. It's down 20%. Couldn't get it where I wanted. It is an AI alert. It's been, hasn't really moved that much. Though it's 5%. Keep an eye on Dempy. Or whatever it's called. DMPI. Dumpy. Delmar. Just keep an eye on it. I mean, we get a big volume burst. Like, look at the volume coming in. It's not bad, but imagine we got a big volume burst like that on the blue, like on the blue side. that's downward selling. Well, it depends on your broker. It just depends on your broker, Rohit. I mean, there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So, I mean, it just depends on your broker. There's 1.5 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So it's depends on your broker. Shoot, I cannot get that CPRX. I couldn't get the SRNE either where I wanted, down 21%. That's the problem, trying to short things that are down more than 10%. Sometimes you just don't get the fill you want. All right, who's winning this race? No, we've got a horse race going, guys. INO, who's going to win? INO or SRNE to be the low man today? Low stock, sorry. Gender neutral. Keep an eye on the guys. This is starting to, form not badly. This DMPI. The longer it holds this area here, and then if we get some volume, and I mean volume, I mean a lot of volume coming in, I could just pop it right through this, and then you have to look left. Well, I'm glad to be out of Rocket. Yeah, a lot of a lot of volume too. Meanwhile, I kind of forgot about Hall. I mean, Hall is. Ah, shoot! I'm just looking at it right now. Shoot! It just started triggering right here, and there it goes. There it goes, guys. I just lost sight of it, and there it went. So I mean, this is obviously just trading on its own. This is a classic alpha stock trading on its own. Doesn't care the market's doing this. That's why I don't want to lose sight of Dempy, just in case, Delmar, DMPI, just in case it has that big volume burst right through here. Just got to have patience. Here's the deal. I mean, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Shoot, I could not get the short I wanted. You mean right here? Not really. I mean, there are huge names behind this company, but I really don't know. Couldn't tell you why all of a sudden it wanted to drop. Doggone it. Look at Hall. This is, well, I have to see what happens with this one tomorrow. Now, it doesn't trade very much. That's the only issue. Look at the volume here compared to lots of previous days. Doesn't trade very much. Can it sustain tomorrow? In a million years, I'm not going long. But I wish you well. Of course, I wish you well. No, I'm just going to patiently wait, and the Dempy might not happen. I'm looking at what's happening right here. It doesn't look good. Doesn't look like it's going to pop. But again, it's only 2:46, so another hour and 15. You just never know. A couple of bottom tails. All right, guys. So I'll be shutting the room down at 3. Yeah, it's a good exit, I think. No, I don't think. That's a good exit. I'm staring at my short attempt right up here. No, sorry, right there. You too, real thanks. Great call on the Casa, and I think also the Sorrento. Another high flyer in the morning, IMMP. What was their news? Patent granted. Big deal. Through the 200-day, not anymore. Yeah, I wanted to short. I can't do it now. I mean, yeah, I was trying to short SRNE, but it was down over. When it's down over 10%, you get nailed by this uptick rule, and I just couldn't get the price I wanted. And I didn't want to keep chasing it down, so I just had to give it up. You too, William. Okay, so this one just got halted. MYGR. Oh, never mind. One of these, I don't even know what they are. Yeah, that's something I have no idea about, Brady. This is I mean, I'm not saying there's no Forex traders in this room, but obviously it's about 99% stock. So, all right, these are coming out of the woodwork here on the halts. Look at these awful charts. Here we go, guys. 4 cents away from going flat. ONCS. All right. Well, that's now an hour, almost an hour. Another 9 minutes to go. And that'll be an hour of a downward move in the SPY. If something comes in here, what's the NESR doing? Not much. If this one can take this, what's the high right there? 833. The high is 831. The high is 828. So we're sitting at 830. Now, as a late day trade, I mean, if this can really break through, you can get some move up to 9 maybe. Oh, we don't have an alert indicator. The best I can tell you, I mean, there's no guarantee of anything, of course, but you can do something like this. Well, here's the filter you can use, okay? So position in the pre-market range, okay? So what I would do, I would probably maybe create a top list, but position in the pre-market range, add the filter. Now you can say, and you have to experiment, 95 to 98, just as an example. Okay, so that would mean a stock is within 2 to 5% of the high, of the pre-market high, as an example. And then if you use this as a filter and in a top list, you could sort on this. So you could see the ones that are closest to breaking the pre-market highs. That makes sense? Then, add some other filters in, minimum volume and a price range and things like that. But does that make sense? No, no, top list is something you create. Have you never created a top list before? I would encourage you, if you have our program, I encourage you to watch, to read these, because it goes into a lot of that. You have it? Okay, well, creating a top list. So you create a top list, add some filters, again, maybe your price range you want, maybe a minimum volume, maybe I can't tell you what filters you're going to add, but this is then, you don't even have to add this you can add this as a column and then just sort on it. And so you could see the ones that are closest to breaking the pre-market high and take a look at them. Yes, the top list will show you those stocks that haven't quite broken the pre-market. Again, I'm using 95, 98. You might have to experiment. So again, what that min 95, max 98 means, that means they're within 2 to 5% of the, play around with the percentages. So they're within 2 to 5% of breaking the pre-market high. You want to make that 99, but you may not get, it depends how many alerts you're going to get or how many symbols. You can make that 97 to 99, It's almost as good as having a flat out filter or an alert of breaking, because this can alert you to the ones that are very close and you can start seeing the pattern that they're in. Yep, you can do exactly that. Yeah, exactly. Just reverse it. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize he was on topic or in the stocks only. And an interesting day. Now look at the SPY. Look at the bottoming tails now on that 15-minute chart. Look at these bottoming tails. The sellers have been trying to knock it down, but the buyers look like they want to regain some semblance of control. No. You mean for specific stocks? Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah, I see what you mean. The stocks only, yeah, for specific stocks. Yes. And then off topic is what you were more talking about, okay? Well, it doesn't look like I'm going to do anything now. I was hoping maybe this DMPI would really break out. It still might, guys. There's some bottoming tails here. You can never, don't give up. I mean, when I'm gone at 3, I would keep watching this just in case. You need volume though. Don't do anything unless you get a lot of volume. And listen, even if you get a lot of volume and it pops through here, there's no guarantee. So, just remember that. There is no guarantee. But you can see these weekly candles. I mean, they're basically stalling right around the same area. So if we can get some volume to pop it through, it has a chance to start to fill in this area. Meanwhile, Omer just keeps coming down here. Even Hall guys, I mean, to a certain extent, if Hall, there's a little 2-bar pullback right there. I mean, if Hall can get some more volume, I mean, it's got room. Obviously, it's got room. You look left on that weekly chart. 669 is the next high in that weekly chart, I think, or maybe this is. Actually, 450 is. So, what did it get to? Yeah, so that might stall it more. That 450 right there in that week, the week of June the 15th. I know it's hard to see, but I'm just sort of zeroing in. Well, I'll tell you. I mean, listen. I hate giving advice like this, but I mean, this is a beaten up stock. So I mean, unless you think they're going to come up with stupendous news, but this is a beaten up stock. What? I'm not sure what you see with an iBio, to be honest. But I'm not going to tell you not to do it, but it's just beaten up. Unless you think this is the absolute bottom, but to me, 217, there is maybe a support area. But anyway, I can't tell you. All right, guys, it is now 3 o'clock. Any other questions? Yeah, I'm sorry. I just, these stocks way under $1. Again, I don't know what you're looking at exactly. I know there's a lot of volume this week, but it hasn't moved really. So I don't know. I mean, I just can't. I look at a daily chart like this, it's just chopping up and down. To me, there's just nothing. There's the 200-day up there. I mean, there's a lot of roadblocks in the way. All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody, and take care.